Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 1, The Dusty Affairs of the Past. Hillman was being gripped so tightly by Linley's claws that his clothes were torn open. Scarlet blood slowly leaked out, staining his clothes red. But Hillman didn't notice in the slightest. Staring at Linley, Hillman said in a downcast voice, "Linley, calm down first. Tell me." Linley was staring at Hillman. Hillman said solemnly, "The troop of knights following you is about to arrive. For now, let's not allow others to know about the affairs of your clan. Come with me first." Hillman shook his shoulders loose of Linley's claws, then grabbed Linley's scaled arms and with the intention of pulling him to the ancestral halls, only to find that he was unable to budge Linley. "Linley." Hillman turned his head, a spark of anger in his eyes. "Uncle Hillman, I know how to act." Linley's face was deeply sunken, but he took a deep breath, retracting the scales on his arms into his body, returning to normal. Just as he once more returned the slaughterer to his case and held it, Linley could hear the sounds of hoof steps outside drawing near. The troops of knights of the Radiant Temple had finally arrived. Linley turned, glancing at them coldly, but paid them no mind. He said directly to Hillman, "Uncle Hillman, lead the way." "All right." Seeing that Linley was able to calm down, Hillman felt a little bit better. He immediately led Linley into the ancestral hall's direction. Linley's face remained sunken. At this moment, aside from Linley himself, perhaps nobody knew that beneath that calm expression, there lay hidden an incredibly deep, painful wound. Neither the Shadow Mouse BB nor Doering Coward made a sound. They were connected to Linley's soul. Naturally, they could feel the unimaginable grief and pain which Linley was currently suffering. The wind rose, catching up and hurling into the air countless leaves which had been lying on the unimaginably ancient stone-tiled grounds. Kriayak. Hillman pushed open the door to the ancestral hall, then turned to look back at Linley. Holding the Warblade Slaughterer, Linley stepped inside, his face calm. But his gaze was fixed upon those rows of spirit tablets placed in the middle of the ancestral hall. With Linley's current vision, he could clearly read the words on the newest spirit tablet, located at the front. There were only 2 words on the front. Hog Baruch. Linley felt his mind growing dizzy, as though he were having a hallucination. But he still stood there, unmoving. And then, still carrying the slaughterer, Linley stepped forward to the stone platform in front of the spirit tablets, placing the slaughterer on top of the platform. Linley looked at the spirit tablet, a peaceful smile appearing on his face. In a soft voice, Linley said, "Father. I'm back. I know that all your life, your greatest desire was that we recover our ancestral heirloom, as well as regain the bygone splendor of our clan, the Dragon Blood Warrior clan." Linley spoke very carefully, as though he were afraid to startle someone. His voice was so gentle, so careful. Linley stared at the spirit tablet. "I didn't disappoint you. I have already brought back to the Baruch clan, to the Dragon Blood Warrior clan, our ancestral heirloom, the Warblade Slaughterer. Now, I have already brought back the Slaughterer. And very soon, I will restore our Dragon Blood Warrior clan to glory. I will make sure the entire Yulon continent knows of the splendor of our Dragon Blood Warrior clan, and will make sure everyone in the Yulon continent knows your name. All of this, I will accomplish. I so swear." Suddenly, a fiendish look appeared on Linley's face. "But of course, before I do all of these things, I will avenge you." There was no question at all in his mind. His father, Baruch, had been killed by someone. Otherwise, based on his father's prowess as a warrior of the 6th rank, as well as a man in the prime of his health, he couldn't have died due to any ordinary illness. And what's more, if he had died of illness, Hillman wouldn't have acted so secretively. Linley's intuition was telling him that his father's death was no ordinary death. "The person who caused you to die. I will make sure he dies as well." Within Linley's eyes, Once more there seemed to be a hint of that cold, dark gold color of the eyes of the armored razorback Wyrm. That terrifying dark golden color. Linley fiercely turned to stare at Hillman. "Uncle Hillman, tell me. How did my father die, exactly? In addition, where was my father buried? Also, you said my father died 3 months ago. Why didn't you tell me?" Hillman opened his mouth, but did not speak. "Linley, first calm down," Hillman finally said slowly. "Calm down? How could he calm down? I wish so much that my father could be here and personally see this warblade, slaughterer, with his own eyes. I long to tell my father that I have become a dragon blood warrior. I deeply desire to see my father's smile, hear his gratified laughter. See the pride on his face when I assume the dragon form. However, all of this is now impossible." Linley felt as though his heart had been sliced by knives. And Hillman was asking him to calm down? Linley wanted to angrily rebuke Hillman, but he restrained from doing so. Taking in a deep, unwilling breath, he swallowed his rage. Staring at Hillman, Linley said, "Uncle Hillman, tell me everything which happened. I want to know everything. Your father died 3 months ago. But before he died, his instructions to me were that only after you had the power of a warrior of the 7th rank could I tell you. Otherwise, I cannot tell you the circumstances surrounding his death." Hillman said solemnly. "A warrior of the 7th rank?" "Yes." Hillman nodded slightly. "This was the reason why I went to the Institute to look for you, but didn't inform you of your father's death or why he died. Your father's dying wishes were that I was not to allow you to know of his death, so that you could calmly focus on your studies." Hillman looked at Linley. "Linley, it isn't that I'm not willing to tell you. It's that this was your father's dying wish. I cannot go against it. Only if you are able to become a warrior of the 7th rank, would I be willing to tell you everything." Linley understood. A warrior of the 7th rank? Linley withdrew a leather-wrapped book from his clothes and handed it to Hillman. "This is..." Hillman looked at it with surprise. "A magus proof of rank." Linley's face was calm. Every single magus, from the day he began to be evaluated, would be issued a certificate with his proof of rank. Each time he advanced a rank, there would be a record of it. Hillman opened the book and saw that under the wind style and earth style entries, there were 7 stars. 7th rank, a 7th rank dual element magus. Hillman was stunned. He stared disbelievingly at Linley. How old was Linley? Only 17. What did a 17-year-old dual element magus of the 7th rank represent? Hillman wasn't too clear on the specifics, but he knew that in the entire kingdom of Fenley, the most powerful magus present was a magus of the 8th rank. But that was an old man, well over 100 years old. Hillman remembered how, when he joined the army, there was a magus of the 7th rank who had arrived at the same time. He remembered the glory, the pomp of it all. But now, little Linley, whom he had watched growing up, had become in the blink of an eye a dual element magus of the 7th rank. This is real. Hillman asked an extremely stupid question. Hillman knew very well that this certificate of rank definitely couldn't be fake. "Uncle Hillman. Now you can tell me what happened, right?" Linley stared at Hillman. Hillman nodded, then headed for the private room behind the ancestral hall. A few moments later, he came out. Walking over to Linley, he withdrew an envelope from his clothes. Presenting it to Linley, he softly said, "This was left behind by your father, right before he died. Once you read it, you will understand." His hands trembling, Linley reached out and accepted the envelope. There weren't any words on the envelope. He opened the envelope and withdrew the letter. The letter had 2 full pages of content. "Linley, by the time you actually read this letter, I most likely would have died a long time ago. Towards you and Wharton, my heart is filled with boundless remorse, but there is no way for me to do right by you two any longer. I only hope that you two will be able to live for a long period of time in peace, which is why I have instructed your Uncle Hillman to only provide this letter to you when you have become a warrior of the 7th rank. When he read this, Linley's heart felt sour. Let me live for a long period of time in peace? I imagine that father never had expected me to become a magus of the 7th rank so quickly. After all, based on the normal rate of progression, from the 6th rank to the 7th rank would take a considerable amount of time. Linley, within my heart, I have held a secret for many years. Your mother did not actually die when giving birth to Warden. These words from his father caused Linley's heart to shudder. Ever since he was a child, Linley had known that his mother had died when giving birth to Warden. But apparently, that was a lie. That year, when your mother was pregnant with Warden, both of us were very happy. But the medical facilities at Washington Township were simply too poor, so I went with your mother to Fenley City. Within Fenley City, your mother safely gave birth to Warden. Little Warden was very adorable, and both of us were overjoyed. Shortly after he was born, filled with joy, your mother and I took young Warden to the Radiant Temple to pray for Warden to be blessed. That day, both your mother and I were extremely happy. Afterwards, we left the Radiant Temple and stayed overnight at a hotel in Fenley City. That night, a group of mysterious people came to the hotel and forcibly abducted your mother. Totally outnumbered, I was only able to protect young Warden, but I did see that on the arm of one of the assailants, there was a red, spider-like birthmark. As he read this, Linley himself felt as though he had been transported back to that night, 10 years ago. Under the combined attack of many assailants, unable to ward them all off, his father had only been able to protect Warden, and could only watch powerlessly, unable to save his beloved wife. I know that this group of people was definitely not an ordinary group of people. The weakest of them was a warrior of the 4th rank, while the strongest was even stronger than me. Fortunately, their target was only your mother, as otherwise I would have died long ago. Someone capable of mobilizing a squad such as this, definitely would be a major figure in Fenley City. I didn't dare to go public on this affair. I took little Warden back home and told everyone else that your mother died in childbirth. Only your Uncle Hillman and housekeeper Hyrie know the secret. Seeing this, Linley's mind was filled with questions. Within that gang of people, the strongest was even stronger than his father, but they didn't care about his father, only about abducting his mother. But why was his mother worth their time to abduct? I couldn't let you know about this. During these past 10 or so years, I have always buried the secret deep in my heart. I didn't dare tell anyone, and I couldn't even go by myself to investigate your mother's whereabouts, or to find out if she was alive or dead, or who that group of people was. I didn't dare. His father's words caused Linley's heart to feel so much pain that it clenched. I am the successor to the leadership of the clan of the Dragon Blood Warriors. At the very least, I had to raise you until you were grown. I cannot allow the Baruch lineage to come to an end in my hands. Year after year, I could only secretly endure, but every night, I found it difficult to fall asleep. The question of whether your mother was alive or dead constantly tormented me. I have endured 11 years. Linley, you have made me incredibly proud. First, you became a student at the #1 Magus Institute in the Yulon continent. And then, you became one of the top geniuses there, at the Ernst Institute. I am filled with confidence towards you. What's more, even little Warden's density of dragon blood in his veins has reached the requisite level. I am extremely proud. For both of my sons to be so outstanding, I feel that I have done right by the ancestors of the Baruch clan. But despite all of this, I still did not dare to investigate your mother's whereabouts, because Warden still needed a large amount of gold to sustain his costly studies. And so I have endured for 11 years. But when you came back from the mountain range of magical beasts and gave me that large sack of Magicite crystals, I knew, Finally, I could give up everything and go investigate whether your mother is alive or not. Although your mother has not come back in the past 11 years, and there is a probably 80% to 90% chance that she is dead, I am unwilling to give up. Even if I die, I will avenge her. Seeing this, Linley's hands began to tremble again. Linley understood now. In the past, because he had to support the burden of Warden's tuition, his father didn't dare to risk his life in investigating his mother's whereabouts. But when he, Linley, had brought back that sack of magicite crystals worth 80,000 gold coins, his father no longer had any burdens left. Finally able to go investigating, I altered my appearance and put on a disguise as I snuck into Fenley City. I began investigating what happened that year. But too much time had passed. Knowing that one of the assailants had a red spider birthmark on his upper arm, I spent an entire year searching. Finally, I found that man with the red spider birthmark. Following up on this clue, I continued to investigate. Slowly, I found out who it was that had stood behind this group of assailants. This group of assailants were directed by a member of the current royal clan of the Kingdom of Fenley. And that person is none other than the younger brother of the King of Fenley, Duke Patterson Bodacen. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 2, The Decision. In the Yulan continent, only an emperor of an empire had the authority to give his siblings the title of prince. The status of a prince of an empire was roughly equivalent to that of a king in one of the kingdoms. At most, a king could confer the title of duke upon his siblings. That was the limit. The Grand Dukes ruling over the duchies were in fact nothing more than dukes as well. Empire, kingdom, duchy. The ranks progressively went down at each level. Duke Patterson? The younger brother of the King of Fenley? Linley knew very well that the Bullen clan, the royal clan of the Kingdom of Fenley, was an extremely powerful clan. Both of the Bullen brothers were extremely powerful warriors. King Clady was known as the Pride of Fenley, precisely because he was also a warrior of the 9th rank. As for Patterson, although he couldn't match up to his older brother, he too was a warrior of the 7th rank. At the very least, he was considered a powerful person. Duke Patterson. Linley's heart was filled with a hint of a killing intent. Linley continued to read. Disguising myself as a servant, I snuck my way into Duke Patterson's manor. After experiencing countless dangers and using a few special methods, I was able to kidnap the leader of that mysterious group, a warrior of the 7th rank. After I used some special interrogation methods, he finally confessed that his actions were done at the direction of Duke Patterson. But according to what this man said, after they kidnapped your mother Lena, she was sent away under Duke Patterson's orders via a different troop. Clearly, behind Duke Patterson as well, there was another figure controlling things. Before I was able to finish the interrogation, the disappearance of the warrior of the 7th rank aroused the suspicions of Duke Patterson. Although I had made preparations, over the course of killing several experts and fleeing from Fenley City, I was heavily wounded as well. I carefully snuck back home. Aside from your Uncle Hillman, I didn't let anyone else know. I knew that my injury was too severe, and that I wouldn't have too much time left. That's why I ended up leaving this letter for you. Linley, your father wasn't a good father. I've always been too cold and severe with you. I don't ask for your forgiveness, I only hope that you will be cool-headed. Now that you have the power of the 7th rank, most likely you will have the ability to do some investigating. But you must be careful, careful, careful. Neither I nor your mother Lena wish for you to die because of us. Linley, I'll be leaving now. As of now, you are the leader of our Baruch clan. I entrust the clan and everything in it to you. At this moment, how dearly do I desire to see the Warblade, Slaughterer, with my own eyes. But I know now that this was just a wild hope. Linley, work hard. The clan now depends on you and Little Warden. In your father's life, the thing which he is the most proud of is you, and little Wharton. 2 wonderful sons. On the signature, there was a blood stain. Flames erupted from Linley's hands. In the blink of an eye, this letter was burnt to ashes. Hillman, standing off to the side, looked at Linley. Linley had just burnt the last testament of his father to ashes. But Hillman wasn't angry, in fact, he secretly nodded in approval. Although this letter was a legacy, it also contained many secrets. If it fell into the wrong hands, it would be catastrophic. Linley turned his head to look at Hillman. "Uncle Hillman. I want to entrust you with something." "Go ahead." Hillman looked at Linley. Hillman had already made up his mind to assist Linley in getting vengeance. Linley stretched his arms out, picking up the warblade Slaughterer, then turned to look at Hillman. "Uncle Hillman, this warblade, Slaughterer, is the ancestral heirloom of our Baruch clan. I hope that you can hand this warblade, Slaughterer, to my little brother Wharton in the O'Brien Empire. I want you to personally deliver it." "O'Brien Empire?" Then here, Hillman was beginning to worry about Linley. Linley said seriously, "Uncle Hillman, don't be worried. As a dual-element magus of the 7th rank, even the Radiant Church holds me in extremely high regard. Even King Clady, the ruler of Fenley, was extremely courteous to me. My safety is not something you need to be concerned about." Hillman was just a warrior. He didn't fully understand what being a 17-year-old dual-element magus of the 7th rank truly meant. In fact, he didn't even know that Linley was now a master sculptor approaching the level of Prulx and Hope Jensen, with an extremely high status. If that's the case, then, Hillman frowned. "After you hand this warblade, Slaughterer, over to my younger brother, assist Grandpa Hyrie and stay by my younger brother's side. Everything here, I can and will handle by myself." Linley's voice was deep, and it carried a hint of frost. In the entire Holy Union, he was alone now. He had no family here anymore. What did he have to fear? Linley had already made up his mind to avenge his father, as well as find out what happened to his mother. Was his mother alive or dead? In the depths of his heart, Linley was still hoping that his mother was alive. Although the chances were beyond slim, Linley was not willing to give up. "Stay in the O'Brien Empire." Hillman was quiet for a moment. After all, he had family here in Washin Township. But for him, as a warrior of the 6th rank, anywhere in the world he went, he would be able to make a living for himself. "Uncle Hillman, you can take your entire family with you. In addition, take this Magi Crystal card with you. This Magi Crystal card has not been imprinted yet, and has 1,000,000 gold coins within it. Take this Magi Crystal card with you, all the way to the O'Brien Empire." From within his clothes, Linley withdrew a single Magi Crystal card and handed it to Hillman. 1,000,000 gold coins. Hillman stared at Linley in astonishment. 1,000,000 gold coins was an absolute fortune. When Hogg was still alive, for the sake of a few thousand gold coins, he had to sell off his clan's possessions. Even if he sold off the entire ancestral home, he might not be able to come up with much more than 100,000 gold coins. But now, in the blink of an eye, Linley was handing over a Magi Crystal card with 1,000,000 gold coins on it. "Linley, where did you get this money from?" Hillman had to ask. "Uncle Hillman, you don't need to ask. In the future, you will know." Linley's heart, at this moment, was filled with grief and rage. He was in no mood to brag about his accomplishments as a sculptor. Hillman nodded slightly. "Linley, wait a moment." Hillman once more ran into the private room, then came back out with an urn, handing it to Linley. "This is..." Linley's gaze couldn't leave the urn. He seemed to have already guessed what this urn contained. Hillman instructed, "Linley, these are your father's ashes. When your father died, we didn't dare to publicly announce it. We didn't even dare to bury him. Our only choice was to place his cremated ashes within the private room as we awaited your return. Linley accepted the cremation urn. He felt that it was heavy. So heavy. The desolate wind howled. Not too far from Washington Township, there was a cemetery filled with countless tombs. At this time, though, an extremely lavish tombstone had just been erected. The short-haired Linley was currently quietly seated cross-legged in front of it. Linley had spent a full night erecting this tombstone. Based on Linley's current level of ability, carrying a few boulders was child's play. And, given that Linley already had reached the level of a master in sculpting, naturally he was able to carve the boulder into a lavishly beautiful tombstone. The desolate wind howled. Linley just sat there quietly. Linley. Hillman was carrying the Warblade Slaughterer on his back in the case. He appeared in front of Linley. Linley didn't open his eyes. He only said, "Uncle Hillman, I've entrusted the Warblade Slaughterer to you. I entrust my younger brother, Warden, to you and Grandpa Hyrie as well. Be safe on your way there. I won't send you off." Hillman looked at the back of Linley, still seated cross-legged. Then he took another look at the tombstone. Finally, he nodded, then silently departed. Hillman left. He had left, taking the Warblade Slaughterer with him. From this day forward, with the ancient ancestral manor of the Baruch clan, there was no one left aside from Linley and the servants. Suddenly, Linley opened his eyes. He stared at the tombstone. "Father! I swear to you that I will make them pay a heavy price." Linley immediately turned and left. The shadow mouse, BB, still stood on Linley's shoulders, but he seemed to be afraid to make any noise at all. "Lord Hogg has passed away." This is, a group of citizens of Washington Township were currently in mourning for Hogg's passing. What a wonderful nobleman he was. How could he die like this? Who knows what the future of Washington Township will be like, now. All these years, Lord Hogg has maintained such a low taxation rate. Sometimes, he would even have to pay out of pocket to the kingdom. Where will anyone possibly find another such wonderful noble? All of the citizens of Washington Township remembered and were thankful for Hogg's benevolence. Currently, in front of the Baruch Manor, strips of white funeral cloths were hung. Linley was dressed in a set of mourning clothes as well. He was silently kneeling in front of the memorial spirit tablet set up in front of the main hall. The little shadow mouse, BB, was also kneeling next to Linley, not making a sound. It was as though he could feel the pain Linley was suffering. 7 days of ritual filial mourning. Despite the filial mourning being late, this was the first day of mourning. "Master Linley, Lord Guillermo is currently waiting for you." The captain of that squad of Knights of the Radiant Church said softly by Linley's side. Linley turned his head, glancing at him coldly. The captain couldn't help but feel his heart shudder. 7 days of ritual filial mourning. Within these 7 days, I will not pay attention to anyone or anything. Linley said coldly, and then he fell silent again. The captain couldn't help but feel helpless. But he knew what Linley was feeling right now. His father had just died. For his son to observe the ritual filial mourning rites was heaven's law and earth's principle, a matter of course. The captain of the knights immediately left the main hall, then instructed his subordinates to head to Fenley City and report Linley's current situation to the Radiant Church. "Young Master Linley, don't be too sad." The citizens of Washington Township came through in a steady stream to kowtow in front of Hogg's memorial spirit tablet. All of them remembered the benevolence Hogg had shown when he was alive. Linley didn't speak. He only bowed in thanks to every single visiting citizen. This news quickly reached the Radiant Church, but Cardinal Lampson and Cardinal Guillermo weren't too shocked. "Linley's father has passed away." Guillermo nodded slightly. "No wonder back when Linley became a dual-element magus of the 7th rank, when I sent people to inquire about Linley's father, we weren't able to find anything. So he had already passed away." The Radiant Church had a total of 5 cardinals. Linley's matters were mostly handled by Cardinal Guillermo and Cardinal Lampson. Guillermo, let us quickly prepare some things, then go and pay our respects to Linley's father, Lampson suggested. Guillermo nodded as well. Actually, based on Hog's own status, how could a cardinal of the Radiant Church go to pay their respects to him? But Hog was Linley's father, after all, and Linley's future prospects were unlimited. He had already been designated as an important future cornerstone of the Radiant Church by the Church. All right. It's already dark now. Then, let's head off early in the morning, tomorrow. Once Hog's death became openly known, due to the fact that the Kingdom of Fenley had already designated Linley as a highly important figure, the news of his death quickly reached the royal palace of Fenley. The speed by which they received this news was only slightly slower than the Radiant Church. Linley's father died. Clady nodded to himself as well. When Linley had become a dual-element magus of the 7th rank, he too had sent people to inquire about Linley's father, and he had in fact even told Linley that his father had gone missing. As it turned out, Linley's father really had passed away after all. Tomorrow morning, I'll go pay my respects. Clady reached the same decision. Aside from Clady, many of the most important people in Fenley City received this news from the royal palace. Many of them venerated Master Linley, while others wanted to make friends with him. Every single one of them decided to go early next morning to that little backwater, Wushan Township, to pay their respects to Linley's father. While all of this was going on, Linley remained within his ancestral home in Wushan Township, quietly observing the rites of mourning. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 3, Assembling at the Township. Late at night. Linley's bedroom. The sound of muscles and bones rumbling could constantly be heard coming from Linley's body, while Linley's very skin was rising, then falling. Beads of sweat were pouring out of every single pore on Linley's body, but Linley's face was very calm and peaceful. At this moment, Linley was training in accordance with the secret Dragon Blood Manual. The first time Linley activated the Dragon Blood in his veins, he was vaulted directly to the rank of warrior of the 6th rank. According to the records contained within the secret Dragon Blood Manual, the first time one trained is when one's Dragon Blood would be at the highest density, which is why the improvement would be so fast. The further down the road the training continued, the harder it would become. Especially upon reaching the 9th rank, if one wished to break through to the saint level, the amount of time that would be needed was probably more than all the other time spent combined. Right now, the Radiant Church highly values me. Given my status as a master sculptor, my personal status has dramatically increased. But my own personal power isn't enough yet. Although they are courteous to me, that is primarily because of my potential. If I am to gain revenge, I don't yet have enough personal power. Linley knew full well that he currently didn't have enough power. After all, he couldn't afford to assume the dragon form and transform into a Dragon Blood warrior when he wanted to kill someone. Unless the situation was critical, Linley definitely did not want to enter the Dragon Blood warrior forms. Because once it was discovered that he could transform into a Dragon Blood warrior, it would become very dangerous for him. After all, the fame of the Dragon Blood warriors was simply too great. Once a Dragon Blood warrior entered the saint level, he would definitely be a peak tier saint level combatant. Boss, you're working too hard. Lying on the bed, Bibi was watching Linley train. Aside from Bibi, Doering Coward was also watching from the side. Doering Coward could clearly tell what sort of mental state Linley was in. His father had suddenly died, and he had also found out that his mother hadn't died in childbirth after all, and had been abducted. These two pieces of news had suddenly descended upon Linley. This sort of mental blow was far more vicious than Alice's change of heart. Doering Coward could feel the boundless hatred and murderous desires in Linley's heart. Doering Coward knew very well that if Linley didn't find an outlet for that hatred, he could very well turn into a murderous demon. I hope that Linley will be able to get his vengeance quickly. Otherwise, if he remains in this state for too long, the changes to his heart will become greater and greater. Doering Coward was beginning to worry. The next morning, within the Baruch clan's manor, many servants were preparing all sorts of edibles. As soon as Linley stepped out of his bedroom, he saw them bustling about. Linley, the people who are coming today are most likely important people. Is this how you intend to receive them? Doering Coward appeared by Linley's side. Linley and Doering Coward had both guessed correctly. The important people of Fenley City and of the Radiant Church had quickly received word of Linley's father's death. 80% to 90% of them had come to pay their respects to Linley's father, so naturally, Linley would have to receive them. The materials that Linley had prepared could be considered not bad, but the skill of the chefs was too poor. There were only 2 chefs in the entire Wushan Township whose cooking skills could be considered adequate. You are going to have these 2 chefs of this small township receive these major personages. Doering Coward laughed. Let them taste some of the local dishes of my homeland. This is already quite enough. After speaking, Linley immediately went to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Linley continued to kneel in front of the memorial spirit tablet, observing the rites of filial mourning. By 7 in the morning, hoof steps could be heard from outside the Baruch clan's manor. An extremely lavish carriage parked itself outside the manor. "Third bro." A familiar voice called out. Still kneeling in the main hall, Linley turned his head and saw Yale, George, and Reynolds rush inside. Having suffered 2 heavy blows, Linley was currently feeling extremely depressed. But upon seeing those 3 brothers whom he had grown up with at the Ernst Institute, a hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. Upon entering the main hall, Yale, George, and Reynolds all knelt down on prayer mats in the middle. "Third bro, I got the news last night about your father's passing. Overnight, I called over 2nd bro and 4th bro to come along with me. I guess that today, there are going to be many nobles present, so I also brought along several chefs from Fenley City to come overnight as well," Yale said in a soft voice. "Thank you." Linley could imagine how busy his 3 brothers must have been in the past few hours. Recruiting chefs, preparing the carriage convey. Most likely, Reynolds and George had hurried over to here directly from the Ernst Institute, meeting Yale on the road at night and then arriving here together. "Third bro, don't be too heartbroken." George gently patted Linley on the shoulders. Reynolds was also by Linley's side. "Linley, no matter what happens, you will always have us 3 brothers. No matter what happens, don't allow yourself to be struck down. Remain strong." Linley looked at Reynolds, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Linley felt very warm in his heart upon hearing Reynolds, normally the most mischievous of them all, saying such words. No matter what or when, he would always have these 3 brothers. "Thank you all." Linley looked at Yale. "Boss Yale, I'd like to hand over the responsibilities of hosting these nobles to you. I have no experience in this area." Yale nodded. "Don't worry. I've brought quite a number of people over. They will definitely do a good job of receiving them." The quiet little Wushan Township was not quiet at all this day. Time after time, the citizens of Wushan Township would gather together and discuss the nobles who had just passed by. That group in the morning had at least 4 horses, and that carriage was huge and magnificent. All of those brave knights, wow, I've never seen such an awesome-looking troop of knights. An old man sighed with praise as he stared at the troop stationed outside the Baruch clan's manor. The locals nearby also nodded in praise. In such an ordinary little town, how often would they have the chance to encounter a wealthy noble? That troop of knights which Linley had brought with him when he had returned, by itself, was already a source of endless discussion amongst the locals. "What do you guys think? Is young Master Linley also a powerful nobleman in the outside world?" A woman guessed. 2 days ago, I saw Linley lead that powerful troop of knights on his return. Washington Township was filled with constant chatting and speculation. And then, in the middle of the day, around 11 or so, the earth began to shake again. All the denizens of Washington Township could feel that dense, orderly sound of galloping hoof steps. This time, the density of the hoof steps was far heavier than when Yale came. Wearing brilliantly gleaming armor, an extremely powerful mounted unit first galloped through. Behind them were two extremely lavish carriages which were being pulled by four handsome stallions. The people driving the carriages were all extremely powerful-looking warriors. Behind these two carriages were a series of carriages filled with gifts, also under escort by a unit of knights. All of the citizens of Washington Township craned their necks to watch. The majestic aura of the Ace Regiment of Knights of the Radiant Church charging through made all of the citizens of Washington Township felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. All of the citizens felt their heart was trembling, and all of the beautiful, lavish carriages gleamed so much, it made them squint their eyes. What sort of people are these? The citizens of Washington Township were filled with shock and surprise. This carriage procession finally came to a halt in front of the Baruch clan's manor. At the Baruch clan's manor, there were many people who were prepared to station and stable these horses and carriages. Lord Cardinals Guillermo and Lampson have arrived. That loud, high-pitched voice rang out from within the Baruch clan's manor, causing a huge commotion amongst the denizens of Washington Township. It was actually two cardinals. In the eyes of the citizens of the Holy Union, the cardinals of the Radiant Church were all lofty figures. In their hearts, the cardinals were like the stars in the night sky, beautiful to behold, but untouchable. But today, two cardinals of the Radiant Church had actually come to Washington Township. Clatter! 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 Hoof steps could be heard yet again. Shortly after the troop with the cardinals had entered the township, another very similar troop arrived as well, with carriages that seemed even more lavish, with beautiful female attendants and palace attendants with skin as white as any woman. The carriage was golden and extremely extravagant. The mighty knights were exhibiting their top-notch riding skills. The hoof steps were so much in lockstep, they sounded like a single great drum beat, shaking the hearts of the citizens of Washington Township. The denizens of Washington Township were stupefied. Who are these people? Many denizens hadn't seen these people in their entire lives. When this new troop arrived outside the Baruch clan's manor, that voice once more rang out from within the manor. His Majesty, King Clady of Fenley has arrived. His Majesty the King. All of the citizens of the town looked at each other. To the citizens of a kingdom, the king of a kingdom was the brilliant sun shining in the sky, with the power over life and death. But His Majesty the King, who should have been in his palace, had actually come to the tiny little Washington Township. The non-stop clatter of hoof steps. One troop of soldiers came after another. One carriage after another pulled up in front of the Baruch clan's manor. Duke Bonald of the Kingdom of Fenley has arrived. Marquis Jebs of the Kingdom of Fenley has arrived. Count Juno of the Kingdom of Fenley has arrived. Miss Delia of the Leon clan of the Yulon Empire has arrived. Lord Bernard of the Debs clan of the Kingdom of Fenley has arrived. That voice rang out again and again, causing the citizens of Washington Township to be totally speechless. What was going on? Why were so many members of the upper class congregating here at Washington Township? But the citizens of Washington Township could guess the reason. The only major event which had occurred at Washington Township was Hogg's death. But Hogg was just the noble of a minor township. Could his passing cause His Majesty the King as well as two cardinals of the Radiant Church to come? These citizens couldn't help but think back to the triumphant image from a few days ago of Linley returning with a troop of knights at his back. All of this must have something to do with young Master Linley. Although these common citizens didn't know the specifics of Linley's situation, they were able to guess. Within the Baruch clan's main hall, Linley was still kneeling on one side. The cardinals, the king, the dukes, the marquises, the counts, all either bowed or knelt down with sincerity, paying their respects. Although the likes of Cardinal Guillermo only bowed, without question, the only people they ever even bowed to were tremendously important figures. But today, they were bowing to the departed hog. "Linley, don't be too heartbroken," Guillermo said softly by Linley's side. "Thank you." Linley bowed fractionally. "Linley, your father's passing truly fills us all with regret." King Clady also comforted Linley. After a while, "Linley, don't be too heartbroken." A clear voice. Raising his head, Linley saw that Delia, dressed in simple clothes, was there, her face filled with concern. "Thank you," Linley said in a soft voice. Delia nodded fractionally before being led away by servants as well. One noble after another came in to pay their respects to Linley's father. Even that Bernard, leader of the Debs clan, had come to pay his respects. "Master Linley, don't be too heartbroken," Bernard said courteously. Linley responded with the same courteous thanks. "Thank you. Duke Patterson of the Kingdom of Fenley has arrived." Suddenly, the announcing voice rang out from outside. Linley frowned very slightly. His father's death was linked to this Duke Patterson. But Linley knew very well that his father had disguised himself before entering Duke Patterson's manor. Most likely, Duke Patterson had no idea that Linley's father was the person whom had succumbed to the severe injuries caused by his subordinates. Patterson looked extremely similar to Clady. Both of them had long, golden hair, with eyes that seemed hawk-like. His waist was straight as a ramrod, and he had the aura of a noble. Entering the main hall, Patterson bowed respectfully in front of Hog's memorial spirit tablet. "Master Linley, don't be too heartbroken." Patterson walked over to Linley and said with sincerity. Linley raised his head and glanced at Patterson. Seeing the sincere look on Patterson's face, he still responded with the same courteous, "Thank you." From the surface, one couldn't tell that Linley's treatment of Patterson was any different from his treatment of anyone else. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 4, A Nighttime Chat. Patterson. Linley silently uttered this name to himself. His mother had been taken away by Patterson's men years ago, and now, 11 years later, his father had been injured and killed by Patterson's men as well over the course of his investigating his mother's whereabouts. The murderous intention in Linley's heart was hidden, like the lava in the bottom of a primed volcano. But one day, it would erupt. "Boss, let me kill this Patterson for you." Kneeling next to Linley, the little shadow mouse spoke mentally. "Don't move," Linley shouted back mentally. Linley remained kneeling inside the main hall, while one noble after another came inside, paying their respects to Linley's father. That night's banquet, Linley didn't attend for a single moment. He remained kneeling inside the hall, observing the rites of filial mourning. Many of the nobles eventually left Washington Township late in the afternoon, hurrying back to Fenley City. But there was still a number who remained behind at Washington Township. For example, Cardinal Guillermo. For example, Delia. Ritual filial mourning had to last for 7 days. That night, Linley ate some random food, then returned to his bedroom, preparing to begin his training. "Linley, do you plan to take revenge for your father?" The white-robed Doering coward appeared by his side. Linley glanced at Doering coward. "Grandpa Doering, I absolutely must take vengeance for the death of my father. Although I know that it was Duke Patterson who sent people to pursue and kill my father, aside from taking my revenge, I also need to investigate what happened to my mother, and find out if she is alive or dead." Killing Patterson was easy. But killing him in a way which would prevent anyone from finding out was much harder. After all, after killing Patterson, Linley needed to continue searching for his mother. Doering coward nodded slightly. "You can make your own decisions in your personal affairs. Only, I hope you won't act rashly. After all, your current strength is still too weak, compared to the real top-tier combatants. Even Patterson, All of his soldiers combined are a force that you cannot handle. Linley nodded slightly. Patterson was the younger brother of Clady. How could he not have a large number of subordinates? I expect within a year or so, I should be able to reach the 7th rank as a warrior. I can't waste any more time. Linley sat cross-legged on the ground. The dragon blood battle chi in his body once more began to circulate throughout his entire body, and all of his muscles and bones began to tremble. Linley could feel his muscles and his bones slowly rise in power, as the tiny dragon blood cells also began to merge with his muscles and bones, raising their durability and toughness. Once one first began to train in accordance with the secret dragon blood manual, the pace of improvement was very fast. In this training state, Linley didn't notice the passage of time at all. At roughly around 11 at night. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking on the door. At the same time, a familiar voice. Linley. It's Delia. Can I come in? Linley was startled. Whew. Linley let out a deep breath. All of his trembling muscles returned to normal, and the dragon blood battle chi in his body was once more retracted to his Danshan region. Linley looked towards the direction of the door. In his mind, he couldn't help but question, why did Delia come here to speak with me so late at night? As he wondered to himself, Linley verbally responded, come in. Pushing the door open, Delia stepped inside. Upon seeing Delia, Linley's eyes couldn't help but brighten. At this moment, Delia's golden hair was bound in a simple way. Those few tassels hanging down made her light purple dress seem all the more graceful. Linley had to admit, Delia was a very mesmerizing person. Especially given that she was in the primary line of descent for the Yulan Empire's Liang clan. Delia had an aura of nobleness which Alice couldn't match. Linley, are you okay? Delia asked in a gentle voice as she walked over to Linley's bed and sat down. She stared at Linley with concern. Linley couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Smiling, he said, I'm fine. Delia nodded. In Fenley City, I heard about your father's passing. I was a little worried. But, you really are as resilient as I've always felt you are. Thank you. Linley continued, Delia, is there something you wanted to discuss, this late at night? You idiot. Next to him, Douring Coward was secretly cursing at Linley. A beautiful girl had come over this late at night to talk with you and comfort you. And you actually were asking her what she wanted? Delia laughed, slightly nervously. But then she regained her usual calmness. What, if I don't want something, I can't come over to chat with you. I've known you since our very first year together at the Ernst Institute. Since when did you decide to keep me at such a distance? No, that's not what I meant. Linley hurriedly said. Delia couldn't help but laugh in delight, but then she let out a long sigh. Linley, there really is something I want to talk to you about, which is why I came over so late at night. Go ahead. Linley couldn't help but begin mentally guessing at what Delia was going to say. Delia said helplessly, Linley, you should know that this is year 9999 of the Yulan calendar. In 8 more months, it will be year 10,000 of the Yulan calendar. The first day of each year, the entire Yulan continent celebrates the Yulan festival. You can imagine how important an event the celebration of the 10,000th Yulan festival will be. Linley nodded. But Linley didn't understand why Delia was saying these things. Although the entire Yulan continent holds the Yulan festival in high importance, our Yulan Empire holds it in even higher esteem. Delia continued. Linley understood why. After all, the first year of the Yulan calendar was the year when the Yulan Empire had unified the continent. The 10,000th Yulan festival would naturally be an extremely important day within the Yulan Empire. My clan has sent out an order. For this Yulan festival, I must return home. For this Yulan festival, our Yulan Empire will carry out an empire-wide celebration. Naturally, we main branch descendants of the Leon clan must return to participate. Delia looked at Linley. Linley, the Yulan Empire is very far away from the Holy Alliance. This round trip will most likely take 1 or 2 years. Tomorrow, I'll have to leave and return to my motherland. Linley understood Delia's meaning. In other words, within this next year or so, he probably wouldn't have a chance to meet with Delia again. Staring at Linley, Delia bit her lips, then suddenly said, "Linley, before I leave, can I hug you?" Hug? Linley was stunned. He stared at Delia. Linley knew very well how Delia felt towards him. But because the two of them interacted too often, ever since the first year they studied together at the Ernst Institute, in Linley's mind, Delia had become a close female confidant. And especially after that affair with Alice, Linley's heart had been frozen and locked. Seeing the look in Delia's eyes, Linley nodded. A smile appeared on Delia's face, and she immediately reached out with her arms, embracing Linley by the neck, then pulled herself firmly against Linley's body. Delia pressed her face gently against Linley's face as well. Linley seemed to be able to feel their mutual breaths. He could also smell the enchanting fragrance on Delia's body. In particular, when their faces touched, he could feel the warmth of her skin. All of this caused Linley to feel a very unique sensation. "Linley. Thank you," Delia murmured into Linley's ear. Linley didn't make a sound. Releasing him, Delia slowly rose to her feet, her eyes still locked on Linley's. But halfway to her feet, Delia came to a halt. There was only 2 inches of distance between her eyes and Linley's. Suddenly, Delia bent down. Delia's lips just so happened to land and brush against Linley's, causing Linley to be stunned. Delia didn't give Linley the chance to react, as she then quickly stood up. Taking one last look at Linley, she quickly ran out of Linley's bedroom. "Boss, you just got kissed by force." From the opposite side of the blanket, BB popped his tiny head out, staring at Linley. "You. Go back to sleep," Linley mentally shouted at BB. BB let out a few disgruntled squeaks before returning to the blanket. But Linley still stared at the closed door through which Delia had left. His nose still seemed to be filled with the fragrant aura of Delia's perfume. His face seemed to still feel the warmth of Delia's face. Rubbing his lips, Linley felt a soft, warm feeling in his heart. The feeling was very similar to the feeling he had that night, when he had hidden with Alice on her balcony and talked the night away. Delia. Shaking his head, Linley cast away all of these extraneous thoughts. "Linley." Doering Coward looked at Linley with interest. "When you were young and first entered the Ernst Institute, and first saw this Delia girl, didn't I say to you, then and there, that this was a beauty in the making? I told you from the very beginning to chase after her." Feeling regretful yet, Linley frowned as he looked at Doering Coward. "All right, I'll stop talking now." With a twirl of his beard, Doering Coward transformed into a beam of light and retreated into the coiling dragon ring. Linley didn't think about this anymore. Once more seating himself cross-legged, he entered the meditative trance to distill mage force. Early the next morning, Delia led the delegation from the Leon clan away from Wushan Township, but Linley didn't send her off. He continued to kneel there in the main hall, maintaining his vigil and observing the rites of filial mourning. In the blink of an eye, the 7 days of filial mourning had passed. In the Wushan Township, aside from Linley's brothers, there were only 2 other major personages remaining, Cardinal Lamson and Cardinal Guillermo. As cardinals of the Radiant Church, Lamson and Guillermo didn't have anything they had to attend to. After all, most small matters could be handled by their subordinates, making their lives very relaxed. These few days, they spent their time sightseeing around Wushan Township, while occasionally going into MT Wushan itself. Morning. The citizens of Wushan Township were all watching on each side of the street. The delegation from the Radiant Church and from the Dawson conglomerate were beginning to depart. Boss Yale, second bro, fourth bro. There's something I need to go discuss with Lord Guillermo's party. Linley told his brothers, and then left the Dawson conglomerate's carriage, then entered the carriage of Lord Cardinal Guillermo. Lampson was in the carriage as well. The two cardinals and Linley shared the carriage amongst themselves. But this carriage had been specially designed for the cardinals of the Radiant Church. It was extremely spacious. There was enough space for all three of them to even lie down and sleep, if they so desired. Linley, you've made up your mind. Guillermo laughed as he looked at Linley. Previously, Linley had told Guillermo that he needed to discuss the matter of joining the Radiant Church with his father. But now, his father had passed away. Naturally, there was no one else for Linley to discuss this with. By now, he should have an answer for them. Lord Guillermo, Lord Lampson. I am still young. I wish to temporarily assist His Majesty, King Clady. For now, I think it would be best that I not take up a formal position within the Radiant Church. If in the future, the Radiant Church has need of me, I can be enlisted into your service at any time. Linley said. Both Guillermo and Lampson laughed. Serve King Clady. Clady was the ruler of the Kingdom of Fenley, while the capital of Fenley was also the holy capital of the Holy Union. What's more, the ruler of Fenley was under the direct authority of the Radiant Church. For Linley to serve King Clady was the same thing as declaring his allegiance to the Radiant Church. Very good. Lampson was the first to begin laughing. Linley, this is an extremely wise decision. But neither Lampson nor Guillermo knew that the reason Linley had come to this decision was because he wanted to investigate his mother's whereabouts. Only through inserting himself into the national affairs of the Kingdom of Fenley would he have even more opportunities to deal with Duke Patterson in the future. Guillermo laughed as well. Then from this moment forward, you can be considered a member of our Radiant Church. Oh, right. You don't have any incantations for earth and wind style spells of the 7th, 8th, or 9th ranks, or any of the forbidden spells, right? Correct. Linley nodded. I was only able to develop the incantation for the soaring technique through analyzing magical theory. Guillermo said with satisfaction, it isn't too hard to extrapolate the incantation for the soaring technique, but it is still quite impressive that you were able to extrapolate it from the incantation of the floating technique. Linley, don't worry. Once we return to the church, we will send people to deliver all the incantations for spells of the 7th rank and higher to you. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 5, Writ of Nobility. The Ernst Institute did not make public high-level magical incantations of the 7th rank or higher. If you wanted to learn these higher rank spells, you would have to decide to join a faction. Thank you, Lord Guillermo, Lord Lampson. Linley said thankfully. Linley couldn't help but think back to the power of the higher-ranked wind spells as described in the books he had read. The higher rank the spell, the more terrifying its offensive potential, especially in the wind style. Its offensive spells, in fact, could be considered the number one amongst all styles. For example, the forbidden level dimensional edge spell, or the 9th rank spell void extermination spell. Linley, how about this? When we return to Fenley City, I will send someone to inform Clady of your decision. Clady will, in short order, confer a writ of nobility upon you, and grant you a manor as well. Guillermo laughed. Linley nodded. Linley. The nearby Lampson patted Linley on the shoulders. You don't need to worry about any official matters for now. The only thing you need to do is train hard. I very much want to see our Radiant Church have yet another saint-level combatant in our midst within 50 years. 50 years. Linley was confident that within 50 years, he could become a saint-level dragon blood warrior. But as for becoming a saint-level Grand Magus in 50 years, the difficulty was too great. Work hard. Guillermo also patted Linley on his shoulders in a friendly way. As the resplendent carriages made their way through the village roads, the nearby trees and lake soon receded into the distance. In front and behind the carriages, there were rows of knights. Under this resplendent escort, they reached Fenley City by lunchtime. Fenley City. Within the Debs clan's manor. Alice, can you forgive me? Kaelin was holding Alice's hands, staring into her eyes. A look of helplessness was on Alice's face. She gently nodded. What else could she do? Rolling Llewellyn is about to arrive. Alice said softly. I'm about to go back. Despite everything, as of right now, Alice and Kaelin still were not formally man and wife. Even if they got engaged, they still would not yet be husband and wife. Only after the formal ceremony would they become husband and wife. Before the wedding, Alice still had to observe the proprieties. Every day, she would go back to her own home. Rolling. Kaelin couldn't help but frown upon hearing this name. Rolling was Kaelin's principal wife. Because of the fame of the sculpture, awakening from the dream, that female figure who was the inspiration for the sculpture had also been deeply imprinted into everyone's mind. Once Kaelin formally announced his engagement, many people would be able to recognize Alice as that inspiration. In a very short period of time, the Debs family had already selected a principal wife for Kaelin. Kaelin. A happy voice rang out. A golden-haired girl, her hair in pleats, ran over to them happily. This girl looked extremely pure and innocent, yet still possessed the aura of nobility. Especially those large, liquid eyes, they made her seem all the more adorable. Rolling. You came. Kaelin forced a smile on his face. Kaelin had to admit that Rolling was a very adorable girl. Perhaps nobody would refuse to be together with Rolling. Only, in Kaelin's heart, the one he truly loved really was Alice. Where's Uncle Bernard? Rolling swept the area with her big eyes. Father went out to handle some affairs. I expect he'll be back soon. Kaelin replied. Kaelin knew exactly where his father had gone and what he was doing. Thanks to the pressure of the Dawson conglomerate, the businesses of the Debs clan in the city of Fenley had reached the point of collapse. Every day, they were losing money. If they continued suffering such losses, they might be able to hold out for another year or half-year, but as time went on, even their deep pockets would eventually run dry. What's more, the clan couldn't just sit there and do nothing. After all, many of the other clans in Fenley City were eyeing them covetously and circling around them. Thus, his father, Bernard, had made a very dangerous decision. To engage in the illicit mining and smuggling of water jade. Water jade was a type of extremely valuable gemstone. Generally, it was inlaid on top of magi staffs, and was very beneficial to water-style magi. In the Kingdom of Fenley, there was a fairly large amount of water jade deposits, and the Kingdom of Fenley had generated an astonishing amount of wealth through water jade mining. Because water jade was so precious, naturally there were many people who tried to engage in water jade smuggling. But His Majesty, King Clady, bitterly detested the smuggling of water jade. Every single merchant whom had been discovered to be smuggling water jade, King Clady had ordered to be put to death. But because the profit margin for the smuggling of water jade was simply too enormous, perhaps 500% to 600%, there were still always merchants who were willing to brave this risk. In the past, there was no need for the Debs clan to take such a dangerous route. But now, things were different. Since all normal business paths had been sealed off by the Dawson conglomerate, the only choice for the Debs clan was to smuggle. There shouldn't be any problems. Kaelin said to himself. The business partner which father has selected is the Minister of Finance for the Kingdom of Fenley, the younger brother of His Majesty, Duke Patterson. With him as our partner, the chance of there being any problems should be fairly low. Patterson was the Minister of Finance for the entire Kingdom of Fenley. Clady naturally had selected the person he himself trusted the most to assume the weighty responsibility of being in charge of managing the finances of the entire kingdom. Uncle Bernard is back. Rolling's bright voice sounded out. Callan raised his head. Bernard, his face covered with smiles, walked through the door. Seeing Rolling, he laughed. Rolling, you are here? Have you had dinner yet? Not yet, Rolling replied. Bernard nodded. Tonight, stay here and have dinner with your big brother Callan. Oh, right, there's something I need to discuss with your big brother Callan. Why don't you and Alice have a nice chat? Later, I'll have your big brother Callan spend some time with you. As he spoke, Bernard flicked a glance at Callan. Callan obediently followed by Bernard's side as the two entered a private room. Closing the stone door, they lit the lamps. Father, what is it? Callan asked hurriedly. A hint of satisfaction was on Bernard's face. I've already completed my discussions with Duke Patterson. He's already agreed. But we will have to split the profits on this endeavor, 50-50. 50-50. Callan stared. Father, this Duke Patterson is too greedy. Our clan is carrying out the actual smuggling work and spending all of the upfront costs. We are even paying for the horses out of pocket. All he's doing is arranging some safe smuggling routes for us. It wasn't that Callan didn't understand the importance of these smuggling routes. But for this project, the Debs clan truly had invested a massive amount of money, while Duke Patterson didn't have to spend a single coin. All he had to do was to use some of his official powers, and he would earn a huge amount of money. 50-50 is within our range of acceptability. Bernard laughed calmly. Duke Patterson isn't just providing us with safe smuggling routes. More importantly, he's betraying his country and betraying his elder brother. If King Clady found out, even though Duke Patterson is his own younger brother, he most likely wouldn't be merciful to him. Callan nodded slightly. Their partner was a duke and the Minister of Finance. With him taking on such enormous risks for the sake of arranging a safe smuggling route for their clan, it was fair that he claimed half of the profits. Bernard and Callan exited the secret room and returned to the living room. Alice and Rolling were currently engaged in conversation. Oh, right. Callan. I just heard from Patterson that in 3 more days, His Majesty will personally confer a rank of nobility upon Linley in the royal palace. Bernard instructed, prepare a gift for me. In a few days, I will give it to Linley. Callan nodded. Alice, who was chatting with Rolling not too far away, couldn't help but turn her head and glance at them. Big brother Linley is being conferred a rank of nobility. Alice murmured to herself. Within the royal palace of Fenley City, dozens of important ministers were lined up in orderly fashion in the court, while King Clady was sitting up high, overlooking at everyone below. Everyone. Today, I have something important to announce. The smile on Clady's face was radiant, and he spoke in a bright voice. The major ministers who had received the news in advance all knew what King Clady was going to say. Clady glanced at an attendant by his side. Instantly, the attendant shouted in a loud voice, Linley Baruch, enter the palace. His voice echoed in the palace. Shortly afterwards, Linley, dressed in black and gold magus robes, entered the palace. All of the nobles and ministers in the palace turned to look at him. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Linley bowed as he spoke. Clady looked at Linley, and a smile appeared on his face like a flower blooming. Linley, for you to be willing to labor on behalf of our kingdom is something I am extremely gratified about. I now confer upon you the title of Prime Court Magus, and also bequeath upon you the rank of Marquis. Does anyone have an objection? Clady swept the court with his gaze. All the nobles and ministers stared enviously at Linley, but none of them voiced any objections. Your servant thanks you, Majesty. Actually, per what Cardinal Guillermo of the Radiant Church had originally said, the Radiant Church could let Linley instantly become a duke. But Linley had felt this would be too amazing and draw too much attention to himself, especially given that he previously never had a rank of nobility. If he rose in rank too fast, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. That's why they decided to go a step lower and confer the rank of Marquis. Linley, as the Prime Court Magus and as a Marquis, naturally you can no longer reside as a mere guest of the Dawson conglomerate. I have already arranged for an extremely peaceful, secluded estate to be granted to you. It is on the Greenleaf Road, not too far from the palace. Clady said with a smile to Linley. Linley immediately once more thanked the king for his generosity. In reality, Clady had already discussed the question of conferring rank and land to Linley with Linley. Today, they were simply openly announcing it in court. Upon leaving the palace, Linley engaged in some idle conversation with the other ministers. The highest level of power in the Kingdom of Fenley was mostly occupied by the Minister of War, the Left Premier, the Right Premier, the Inspector General, and other people on the similar plane. These people virtually governed the entirety of affairs in the Kingdom of Fenley. Most of these people had the rank of Marquis. Even the lowest ranked amongst them, the Inspector General, was a Marquis. On Greenleaf Road, Linley was seated within his carriage, closing his eyes while quietly training. Lord Linley, we're here. The servant's voice rang out from outside the carriage. Linley opened his eyes, then pushed the curtain to his carriage open. Bibi directly leapt from the carriage seat onto Linley's shoulders. Wow, what a big estate. Bibi's eyes were gleaming as he stared at the mansion. Linley was also carefully inspecting the estate which the ruler of Fenley had gifted him. This estate took up a vast expanse of land, and the main gate alone was over 10 meters wide. Through the open gate, Linley could see there were many male servants, female servants, and also many knights of the Radiant Temple. Not bad. Linley nodded as he entered. "Milord." Seeing the gatekeeper bow respectfully, instantly all of the male and female servants in the courtyard suddenly stopped whatever it was they were doing and bowed respectfully towards Linley. It was important for them to give Linley a good first impression. These servants all knew how incredible their new master was. "Master Linley, congratulations, congratulations." Suddenly, a very familiar voice rang out from not far away. Linley turned his head. "Mr. Bernard." The person who had come was the leader of the Debs clan, Bernard Debs. Bernard smiled at Linley. "Master Linley, what a coincidence. My clan's manor is also on Greenleaf Road. We're only one house over. In the future, it will be quite easy for us to visit each other." Oh. Thinking back to when he had first rescued Alice and delivered her and Kaelin back to Fenley City, it did seem as though Kaelin's manor was not too far away. "But Master Linley, your manor is much larger than mine. This manor of yours used to be where His Majesty himself lived," Bernard said admiringly. Linley also felt that this manor was astonishingly large, much larger than his ancestral mansion. To have such an enormous estate in Fenley City, where each inch of land was as valuable as an inch of gold, was not something which simply having money could accomplish. So it turned out this was the former residence of His Majesty, King Clady. No wonder it was so large. "Mr. Bernard, I have to head back now. In the future, we'll be able to chat quite often." Linley smiled modestly, then turned his head and walked towards his own manor. Right at this moment, at the gate to the Debs clan's manor, Kaelin, Rolling, and Alice were standing and watching from afar. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 6, Tomes of Magic. In terms of both furnishings and layout, this estate was definitely first-rate. Linley was particularly fond of the Hot Springs Garden. The Hot Springs Garden within the estate was the place where His Majesty would engage in training when he lived here. Clady was a warrior of the 9th rank. In order to become such a mighty warrior, naturally he didn't rely solely on his personal ability. He also spent years of painstaking effort. The right half of the Hot Springs Garden was covered of a large, grassy area, filled with all sorts of exercise equipment. On the left side of the Hot Springs Garden, next to a man-made hill, was a hot springs pool. The hot springs within this pool came naturally from underground. After a day of wild training, spending some time relaxing in the hot springs pool definitely was a godly, wonderful feeling. Linley was currently bathing nude within the pool. The bubbling hot water rushed against his skin, making Linley feel so comfortable that his eyes began to close. "Boss, when are we going to kill that Patterson guy? Last night, during the dinner, I really wanted to kill him for you already." BB hopped out of the pool, all the fur on his body wet. "Don't be impatient." Exiting the hot springs, Linley changed into a clean set of training clothes, then walked over to the grassy area while beginning to mumble the words to a spell. After a few moments, an earthen glow began to cover the ground beneath Linley in a certain area as earth elemental essence began to swirl about him. Earth-style magic, supergravity field. Linley immediately leapt into the air, then inverted himself, head pointed down, feet pointing up. Using his two hands, he kept himself upright. Next, he moved to holding himself up with just one finger on each hand. Relying on just one finger, under the pressure of the supergravity field, Linley began to push himself up and down. 1. 2. Linley counted silently. Each time he reached 1,000, Linley would change to a different finger. The most important thing for a fighter was the quality of his body. Only a strong body would be able to accommodate a high amount of battle chi. Only through this method would he be able to quickly grow strong. Even though he was now a dragon blood warrior, he still needed to maintain his daily training regime. HRM. After training for about half an hour, Linley returned to the normal upright position. Linley stared coldly at the attractive female attendant who had just entered the hot springs garden, carrying a tray with tea and fruit on top of it. My lord, this is your tea and fruit." The female attendant was made somewhat uneasy by Linley's stare, and she stammered a bit. "Who instructed you to come in?" Linley said coldly. The female attendant started. Stammering, she said, "Milord, I was worried that you were thirsty." "Thirsty?" Linley glanced at her expressionlessly. "Attend to me!" Linley shouted. Instantly, 4 burly warriors rushed in from outside the hot springs garden. These 4 warriors all belonged to the Radiant Church. After all, the Radiant Church had dispatched over 100 knights to safeguard Linley. "Mercy, milord." The attendant was so scared, she fell to her knees. In the Yulan continent, nobles had a much higher status than commoners, especially high-ranking nobles, who could casually kill a commoner without repercussion. As for Linley, whom even the king of the kingdom of Fenley treated courteously, without question Linley was one of the highest-ranking nobles in the kingdom of Fenley. Linley glanced at the attendant. In a cold voice, he said, "Remember, in the future, when I am in the hot springs garden, no one is permitted entry. Anyone who does enter will be punished with 20 strikes of the military rod." 20 strikes of the rod. The attendant's face turned pale. Military rods were extremely heavy. Even most muscular warriors would not be able to move for 10 days or half a month after receiving 20 strikes of a military rod. A physically weak female attendant might very well die from such a beating. "Mercy, milord, mercy." The female attendant hurriedly pled. Linley continued, "Since this is your first time committing this offense, I sentence you to 20 lashes of a rattan whip. If you make this mistake again, I definitely will not be merciful." "Thank you, milord." "Thank you, milord." The female attendant felt relieved. In terms of pain, the strikes from a rattan whip might even be more painful than that of the military rod, but it would cause nothing more than a superficial wound. It wouldn't cause any harm to the bones or to the organs. It would hurt, but it wouldn't kill. "Remove her," Linley ordered the 4 warriors. "Yes, Lord Linley." 2 of the warriors stepped forward, pulling the attendant away and frog-marching her out. As for the tea and the fruit on the tray, those were all left on the floor. Linley turned and once more returned to the grassy area. The blood-violet God's Word was one of Linley's secret weapons. Although whenever he trained with it, Linley usually made sure to keep it straight and hard, on occasion, Linley would also let it remain flexible and wield it in a bizarre, flowing manner. Linley had to make certain that the secret of the blood-violet God's Word was not discovered by anyone. Naturally, he could not allow anyone to watch him train. With his right hand, Linley stroked his waist. Instantly, with a cold, violet flash, an extremely thin, violet blade appeared in Linley's hands. Swish! From within the hot springs garden, one ray of violet light after another began to appear, while Linley roved back and forth within the garden like a wandering dragon. Having totally merged the support of the wind-style supersonic spell with his own power, not only was Linley's movement speed fast, it was also extremely agile. Through the usage of the secret Dragon Blood Manual, Linley trained his body. When he was relaxed, he would engage in the carving of sculptures to raise his spiritual energy, while he would enter the meditative trance in the middle of the hot springs to refine his mage force. His training permeated his every daily activity. Only, Linley still had not been able to find the best time to make his move against Patterson. After all, he had relatively few encounters with Patterson. If Linley went directly to Patterson's manor, or Patterson came to Linley's residence, once Linley killed Patterson, within perhaps just half a day, King Clady would know what had happened. No matter how great Linley's potential was, if he murdered King Clady's own brother, Clady definitely would not be gentle with him. Within the main hall, Linley was gracefully eating lunch. After he finished his lunch, Linley once again began thinking about Patterson. This Patterson fellow hasn't come to visit me at all. Seems like I'll have to personally pay a visit. Linley decided to no longer be the hunter setting a snare for the rabbit. He would head directly to the Patterson manor. "Milord." Just at this moment, an attendant ran over from outside. "Milord, Lord Cardinal Guillermo of the Radiant Church has arrived." "Guillermo." Linley's body trembled, and then he immediately headed for the door, going out to personally welcome Guillermo. Within the main hall. "Linley, I hear that recently, your life has been leisurely and carefree. Every day, either you are training, resting in the hot springs, or engaging in stone sculpting. This sort of life really makes one envious of you," Guillermo said with a laugh to Linley. Linley nodded and laughed as well. "But Linley," Guillermo said solemnly, "I must remind you that although your sculptures are worth money, the thing which truly determines a person's status is power. Just look at that nearby Debs clan. Don't they have money? But in terms of status, they are inferior to you." Linley understood this rationale as well. True, money was a useful thing. But when one's power reached a certain level, the uses of money would grow fewer and fewer. For example, to a saint-level combatant, money was nothing more than a worldly possession. This was also why the Dawson conglomerate had been willing to offer 100 million gold coins to acquire Linley and have him join them. To these trading unions, the support of a supercombatant was simply too vital. "Lord Guillermo, I thank you for your reminder," Linley said with a smile. Linley didn't say, of course, that it was stone sculpting that was the true reason behind him becoming a 17-year-old dual-element magus of the 7th rank. "I'm just making small talk. After all, when you need to rest, you should." Guillermo glanced at one of the vicars behind him, who immediately opened the package he had been carrying on his back. After opening the silver-white package, a stone case was revealed within. The vicar then placed the stone case between Linley and Guillermo. "Lord Guillermo, this is..." Linley already had an idea as to what this was. Guillermo laughed with self-satisfaction. "Linley, open it up yourself." Linley slowly opened the stone case, lifting up the lid. Within the stone case, there were 2 tomes made from silk thread. Both of these 2 tomes appeared to be colored a dark gold color. "This is," Linley looked towards Guillermo. Linley, didn't I previously say that I was going to give to you books regarding magical incantations for wind-style and earth-style spells? That's what these 2 tomes are. Guillermo laughed. Linley couldn't help but feel excited. Magical incantations and the proper method by which one cast the spell were both very important. Otherwise, even if one had enough spiritual energy and mage force, one still wouldn't be able to cast more powerful spells. Linley immediately withdrew one of the 2 books and opened it up. Wind Style. Upon reading the first page, Linley saw that the first page was a general summary regarding this tome. After the summary, it began to describe one wind-style spell after another. This tome explained everything in great detail, and also clearly explained what to focus on for every single spell. Linley flipped directly to the section on spells of the 7th rank. Linley felt astonishment as he read about one powerful, intricately designed spell after another. Linley had to admit, the bygone people who had invented these spells in the past were, without a doubt, absolute geniuses. Spell of the 9th rank, Wind Shadow Technique. It was derived from a combination of the supersonic spell and the air wings spell. It possesses the special effects given by the air wings spell, great speed, and great agility. It can be described as perfect. Seeing the deep, in-depth explanation of the Wind Shadow spell within this tome, Linley felt all the more excited. A brand new world of magic was beginning to open up in front of him. In the future, with his prowess in earth-style and wind-style magic, as well as the power of a dragon blood warrior, his future offensive potential would be enough to cause anyone to shudder in their heart. Seeing how Linley had become totally absorbed with these magical tomes, Guillermo didn't make a sound as he quietly left by himself. Within the hot springs garden, Linley was seated cross-legged on the grass, all of his muscles and bones quivering as that special dragon blood battle chi was permeating every part of his body with its force, causing Linley's entire body to experience a constant strengthening. "Boss, Patterson will be arriving tonight. You still are in the mood to train?" Bibi mumbled, lying next to Linley. Linley opened his eyes and looked at Bibi. In the mood. Linley felt bitter in his heart. Early this morning, that Duke Patterson had sent word via messenger that tonight, he wanted to come have a one-on-one visit with Linley. As the Minister of Finance, naturally Duke Patterson felt the need to have good relations with all the other important nobles. These past few days, he had been handling and worrying over the issue of illegally mining and smuggling water jade, which was why he hadn't had the time to visit Linley yet. "I'm not in the mood, no, but I must train. Only when I have enough strength will I have confidence," Linley said to himself. Per his current plans, within the next half year, he would kill Patterson as well as find out who the person behind Patterson was. After finding out who the person behind Patterson was, Linley would, before the next anniversary of his father's death, find out what happened to his mother, or kill the person behind Patterson. Swish. Swish. Ah! Outside the hot springs garden, a miserable scream. With a leap, Linley jumped atop the man-made hill within the hot springs garden. Standing on the top of the hill, he could clearly see that the bodies of those 10 or so knights of the Radiant Church had begun to decay. They screamed in agony non-stop as their blood began to stain the ground. At the same time, from every direction, a dense black fog began to billow at high speed towards the hot springs garden. Wherever this black fog passed, everything, be it animal or human, would begin to corrode, then die. Linley looked up into the sky. The sky above him, as well, was now covered with that dense black fog. The surrounding black fog swept towards him at high speed. "Someone's here." Linley could sense that within that dense black fog, there were several black blurs that were charging towards him at high speed. At this moment, there was nowhere for Linley to flee. Arg. At a high speed, Linley descended from the man-made and, as though he were a fish, jumped into the hot springs pool. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 7, Heavy casualties. The hot springs water bubbled about. By now, Linley was at the bottom of the hot springs. This hot springs pool wasn't very deep, at most around 2 meters or so. Right now, Linley was pressing his body against the bottom of the pool. The water of the springs was very clear, and Linley could vaguely see what was going on outside. Who are these people? Why were the warriors of the Radiant Church outside unable to take a single blow from them? Linley's mind was full of suspicions. No matter what, at the very least the warriors of the Radiant Church outside were of the 5th rank. Every one of them possessed the ability to use battle chi. Could it be that for some reason, these warriors were not able to use battle chi to block that black fog? Linley didn't understand what was going on, so for now, he did not dare to come out and directly resist the black fog. Linley, that black fog should be a fairly common darkness-style spell known as the corrosive fog. You can definitely use battle chi to resist its effects. Doering Coward's voice rang out in Linley's mind. But those warriors of the Radiant Church, they should have been attacked by a different sort of spell that bewilders the mind, preventing them from utilizing their battle chi in time to defend against the spell. This was Doering Coward's deduction. Gurgle, gurgle. From around Linley's body, a gust of wind began to billow outwards. It was the wind-style spell, Wind Scout. Linley could totally sense everything which was going on outside. Quick, no matter what the cost, we have to kill Linley. The leader in black said coldly. The other 5 black-robed men all nodded, charging towards the hot springs at high speed. Right at this moment. Swish. Like an arrow, Linley shot out of the pool into the air, splattering beads of water everywhere. And then, Linley descended from above them like a fierce tiger leaping down from the mountains. His 5 fingers formed into claws as he ripped towards the head of one of the black-robed men. That black-robed man's body quivered slightly, as he prepared to use his left arm to forcibly block Linley's claw attack, while stabbing out with the sharp knife in his right hand. A hint of a vicious smile appeared on Linley's face. Suddenly, a bluish-black dragon blood battle chi covered the right arm of Linley, which was attacking with a claw hand. The layer of dragon blood battle chi was very thin. Given its thinness and the fact that the surrounding area was full of the dark corrosive fog, it wasn't very visible at all. Most importantly, sharp claws suddenly appeared from where Linley's fingernails had been. Shee-yerk. Linley's right hand easily pierced through the black-robed man's shoulder blade. At the same time, Linley once again used force on his right hand, giving it a fierce twist. Crack. The entire left chest of the black-robed man exploded, casting fresh blood everywhere. The black-robed man instantly died, but right before his death, he stared in disbelief, because his knife had stabbed Linley's body but didn't leave a mark at all. A 7th rank Earthguard armor is made out of jadestone. Do you think jadestone is so easily overcome? Linley said to himself. Much less, aside from the layer of jadestone armor, the skin on my body can instantly transform into the Dragon Blood Warrior's scales. Right now, when under the full Dragon Blood Warrior state, Linley had the power of a warrior of the early 8th rank. And when using the dragon form, Linley had inherited the hallmark property of the armored Razorback WYRM, incredible defensive powers. Linley's black scales were much stronger than the jadestone armor. Judging from the power of that stab by the black-robed man, he had most likely been an expert of the 7th rank. Unfortunately, the defensive abilities of that expert of the 7th rank were totally unable to defend against this claw attack by Linley. Those were the draconic claws of a transformed Dragon Blood Warrior. And what's more, this was only the demi-dragon state. How is that possible? The other 4 black-robed men were stunned. Based on their information, Linley was a dual-element magus of the 7th rank, and his warrior abilities were far weaker. They didn't expect that an assassin of the 7th rank couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Our intelligence was wrong. The leader of the black-robed men standing in the very back cursed in his heart. But Linley only nodded mentally to himself. It seems that when using a partial transformation, one can catch the opponent off guard and make them suffer a serious loss. You cult of shadows bastards! Furious roars could be heard ringing out from outside, traveling at high speed towards the hot springs garden. Linley understood that another group of the Knights of the Radiant Church charged with his protection had arrived. Only 10 or so people had been killed just now, while his total guard numbered over 100. The expression on the face of the leader of the black-robed men changed. No matter the cost, kill Linley. The black-robed leader shouted. And then he led the 4 remaining black-robed men to surround and attack Linley. The black knives in their hands gleamed with a dark aura, as they seemed to have infused every last bit of their power into the knives in their hands. An attack which they were willing to give up their own lives to make. Warriors of the 7th rank, right? Seeing the group attack of these black-robed men, Linley didn't dodge or hide at all. With his right hand, Linley gently touched his waist. Suddenly, a cold, fierce, brilliant violet light flashed. At the same time, Linley retreated at high speed towards the back. Of the 5 people attacking Linley, 4 remained at their original spots, while the 5th, the leader, hurriedly retreated at high speed. Shururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururururur.
The stomach and intestines fell to the ground, and blood sprayed everywhere. Fast and sharp. The leader of the black-robed men stared in astonishment at Linley. A single sword stroke killing 4 warriors of the 7th rank. This example was really too terrifying. Linley knew very well how sharp this blood violet god's word was, but just based on blood violet's natural sharpness alone, it might be difficult to penetrate the defense of a magical beast of the 7th rank. Similarly, if a warrior of the 7th rank was to use battle chi to protect his body, at the very most, Linley would only be able to heavily injure them, not kill them. But just then, those 4 black-robed men had been using all of the energy on their attacks. They didn't expect Linley to have such a sword on him. If I want to enhance the power of Blood Violet, I would have to activate it via my Dragon Blood Battle Chi. But if I use the Dragon Blood Battle Chi, the speed of Blood Violet will be slower than if I used my Wind-style Mage Force to activate it. At this moment, Linley was pondering the pros and cons of each. Just then, it was true that Linley had used a single strike to kill the 4 of them. What he relied on was his astonishing speed, an attack so fast that his opponents weren't able to respond to it. But just relying on speed and the sharpness of his sword would generally only be enough to kill a warrior of the 6th rank, or to heavily wound a warrior of the 7th rank. Only if the warrior of the 7th rank were to act like these 4 assassins and concentrate all of their battle chi on their attack, not caring about their lives and sparing nothing for defense, would he be able to kill them. But the leader didn't suffer much of an injury. Linley looked at the leader of the black-robed men. This black-robed man's power should most likely have exceeded the 7th rank. Using Wind-style Mage Force on Blood Violet could make Blood Violet move faster and make its movements more smooth. But it couldn't raise the attacking power. But if he were to use Dragon Blood Battle Chi on Blood Violet, he could increase the attack power but wouldn't be able to increase his attack speed. You pieces of trash! Angry roars erupted from right outside the hot springs garden. Clearly, these Knights of the Radiant Church had just seen the corpses of their companions and were all furious now. Linley, you are even more formidable than we thought you were. But unfortunately, you have sided with the Radiant Church. Thus, the black-robed leader seemed to pay no attention at all to those who were outside, as he spoke in a soft voice to Linley. The black-robed leader's voice seemed to carry a certain unique timbre to it. At first, Linley didn't notice anything, but by the time the black-robed man was halfway through his words, Linley could feel his mind grow a bit blurry and his focus waver. You must die. The black knife of the black-robed man arrived almost instantly at Linley's chest. Linley! Douring coward's mental roar echoed in Linley's mind, instantly bringing Linley back to his senses. Crunch! The black-robed leader stared at his waist in astonishment. His waist had suddenly been bitten almost in half. His exposed muscles were still trembling, and blood was pouring out in a torrent. The black-robed man could clearly feel that his entire body had lost all strength. His life force was quickly draining away. This shadow mouse. The black-robed leader stared stupidly at the black shadow mouse by Linley's side. A black shadow mouse should at most be a magical beast of the 3rd or 4th ranks. To this black-robed leader, as a warrior of the 8th rank, a black shadow mouse shouldn't be able to injure him at all. This was why the black-robed leader hadn't paid any attention to it. But just then, that little black shadow mouse had flown over, quickly transformed his jaws into a larger size, then taken a vicious, giant bite out of his waist. Humph. Let's see you be cocky now. You should consider it an honor to have died by the hands of Bibi. Bibi stood near the corpse of the black-robed leader, his little head raised proudly. Linley couldn't help but laugh. Bibi was a freak of nature that could even withstand the dying final blow of an armored razorback WYRM. Bibi was capable of even biting and breaking the tough, massive plated scales of a velocidragon of the 8th rank. In terms of both offense and defense, Bibi was now extremely powerful. The only weakness was, his size was too small. Even if Bibi was able to bite those giant magical beasts, Bibi might not be able to totally chew through their thick massive scales or skin at one bite. Bastard! Those angrily howling knights of the Radiant Church charged to Linley's side. Just as they prepared to do battle with their opponents, they saw the ground littered with corpses. "Milord, are you all right?" the leader of the knights immediately asked. Right now, Linley's appearance was very frightening. Both his face and his body were covered with blood. "I'm fine. I only suffered some light wounds," Linley said. "You dispose of the corpses. I'll go take a rest." As he spoke, Linley immediately walked out of the hot springs garden. And now, when the knights lowered their head to stare at the corpses, they couldn't help but begin to frown. The corpse of the black-robed leader was missing half of his waist, as though it had been bitten off, or perhaps cut off by claws. The other 4 black-robed assassins had been cut cleanly in half, while for the last one, it seemed as though his left chest had entirely exploded, revealing his bones. "What? How?" The group of knights stared dumbly, their jaws slack. They didn't imagine that Linley, a magus, could cause his enemies to die like this. At the top level of the Radiant Temple, the long, skinny form of the Holy Emperor was covered by a long, whitish-silver robe. He reclined on a chair, leisurely flipping through some books. His bald head shone dazzlingly like the sun. "Holy Emperor!" The red-robed Guillermo bowed obediently in front of him. "HRM!" The Holy Emperor twitched his eyelids, glancing at Guillermo. Being watched by the Holy Emperor was like being under pressure from a 30,000-pound boulder. Guillermo respectfully said, "Holy Emperor, just now, the Cult of Shadows made an assassination attempt against Linley. But fortunately, Linley's abilities as a warrior are quite profound. He managed to kill all of the attackers, suffering only a light wound." "Killed them?" The Holy Emperor looked at Guillermo with his jade blue eyes. With a light laugh, he said, "Guillermo, the Cult of Shadows is aware that Linley is a dual-element magus of the 7th rank. Could it be that they didn't send a sufficiently competent force?" "Holy Emperor, this group of assassins was quite powerful. The lead assassin should also have been a specialist at using mind-bewitching darkness-style magic," Guillermo hurriedly said. The Holy Emperor didn't say anything else, only faintly smiled as he looked at Guillermo. "Guillermo, are you proposing?" Guillermo nodded. "Right. Linley is an important individual who needs to be trained well by the Radiant Church. More importantly, not only does Linley possess high natural talent, he is also an extremely hard worker. I believe that after another 50 years, it is very likely that Linley will become a saint-level combatant. and in 100 years, Linley will be one of the rank saint-level combatants of the Yulan continent. If a man did not prepare for the future, his present would be filled with problems. Both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had existed for many years now. Even back when the Yulan Empire had unified the Yulan continent, they had existed. The reason they were able to last for so long, was because they both understood the importance of one thing: cultivating talent. Constantly expanding, constantly converting believers. Constantly cultivating talent. Perhaps right now, Linley wasn't too powerful, but a century later? Perhaps he would be an individual approaching the level of the Holy Emperor. To a saint-level combatant, 100 years was nothing at all. That's why I wish for Linley to receive even better instruction, as well as better protection. In other words, I wish for Linley to go train alongside Lord Fallen Leaf. Guillermo said. Fallen Leaf. The Holy Emperor was startled, but then he nodded. Fine, then. But first, you must go seek his approval. I certainly am not able to make a decision on behalf of Fallen Leaf. Yes, Holy Emperor. Guillermo paid his respects and left. The Holy Emperor glanced at the departing Guillermo with his jade blue eyes, and then stared at the sky outside the window. He killed all of the attackers? Baruch, HRM. It seems as though the Baruch clan was one of the clans of the four supreme warriors. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 8, An Excessive Desire to Kill. During the recent assassination attempt, Linley's side suffered the losses of 18 knights of the Radiant Church, 4 female attendants, and 2 male attendants. As a result of this, the Radiant Church further strengthened and enlarged the security detail within the estate. That same night of the assassination, within the manor. Linley, are you okay? King Clady asked solicitously. I'm only slightly wounded, Your Majesty. Linley's arm was wrapped with medical gauze. Actually, Linley hadn't been injured at all during this attack, but he didn't want others to know exactly how powerful he was. Thus, he lightly injured himself on purpose, using his straight chisel to cut himself on his arm. To Linley, who had previously suffered the pain of the initial dragon form transformation, this sort of pain was nothing. As long as you are fine, Linley. Duke Patterson, who was by King Clady's side, laughed. Linley looked at Duke Patterson. Tonight should have been the night for the meeting between Linley and Duke Patterson, but because of the assassination attempt, the two of them no longer would have the chance to have a private conversation tonight. Second brother, it's best that we don't disturb Linley any further. Let's allow him to have a good rest. Clady turned his head and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Patterson glanced at Linley, and then followed King Clady out. Linley felt as though there were a hint of helplessness in the look Patterson had given him. Clearly, per Patterson's original plan, there were some things he wished to discuss with Linley in private during their scheduled one-on-one meeting. But clearly, this was no longer an appropriate time. In the next few days, the estate once more returned to normal. Boss, today is May 18th, right? Bibi, who was enjoying lunch alongside Linley, suddenly spoke mentally to Linley. Right. What is it? Linley looked at Bibi. Bibi wrinkled his little nose. Quirking his mouth, he mentally said, Boss, have you forgotten? That Bernard fellow, the leader of the Debs clan, told us that June 18th would be the date of his son's engagement ceremony. He invited you to attend as well. It's now May 18th. You only have a month left. Engagement. Linley was startled. A month from now, Alice and Kalen would be getting engaged. That's none of my business. Linley quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor, lowering his head and continuing to eat. Bibi's beady little eyes rolled around 3 times, and then he used his tiny little paws to rub at his chin. A look of suspicion on his face, he said, could it be that I, Bibi, am mistaken? Shouldn't be the case. I'm so awesome, after all. My judgment is excellent. In his heart, the boss certainly cares about this affair. If it were me, BB, I would smash that little Kalen's skull in with a single paw. Lord Linley. One of the Guardian Knights entered the main hall. Lord Linley. Cardinal Guillermo has come. Guillermo. Linley hesitated for just one moment, then he immediately put down his utensils and went to the door. In the entire hierarchy of the Radiant Church, the person whom Linley was most familiar with and had the best relationship with was probably Cardinal Guillermo. When someone treated Linley as courteously as Guillermo did, Linley naturally wouldn't act in a high, arrogant manner, as though he thought himself better. Linley, there's something I must tell you. Upon seeing Linley, Guillermo began to chuckle with joy as he spoke. Linley looked at Guillermo questioningly. What is it? Beaming, Guillermo said, Linley, are you aware that within our Radiant Church, we have a special group of people known as ascetics? Yes, I am. Linley nodded. Previously, when he had been kidnapped by those experts from the Cult of Shadows, it was the deputy arbiter of the ecclesiastical tribunal as well as an ascetic and several executors who had scared the opponents away. Only then had he been able to return to the city of Fenley. Within our Radiant Church, there have been many people obsessed with magic or fighting skills who have enlisted within the ranks of the ascetics. Put another way, neither the Knights of the Radiant Temple, nor the ecclesiastical tribunal, have as many experts amongst their ranks as the ascetics do. Guillermo beamed as he patted Linley on the shoulders. What I am about to tell you is that you have the chance to become the disciple of a legendary ascetic. A legendary ascetic. Linley frowned. Guillermo smiled faintly. This legendary ascetic is considered to be at the highest levels, even amongst the ascetics. He also possesses an extremely high status within our Radiant Church. As for his power, even if we look at the Yulan continent as a whole, there are perhaps only those 3 freaks of nature who can surpass him in power. 3 freaks of nature. Linley instantly grew curious. Lord Guillermo, who are these 3 freaks of nature that you speak of? While chatting, the two of them walked back to the main hall. Guillermo didn't reply right away. He glanced at the vicar next to him, and the vicar instantly escorted everyone present away, then obediently stepped out himself, closing the door. In the entire main hall, only Linley, Guillermo, and BB were now present. Linley, in the future, it's possible that you will meet with these people, so it isn't a big deal if I tell you about them now. Guillermo said, putting on a mysterious air. Linley looked at Guillermo curiously. Guillermo sighed. Here in the Yulan continent, there are 3 individuals who have surpassed the existence of the saint-level combatants. The 3 freaks of nature I talked about, are precisely those 3 freaks. Those who ascended past the level of saints? That would make them gods. Linley was shocked. Right. You can refer to them as gods. Guillermo nodded. Linley immediately perked up his ears to listen closely. Guillermo slowly said, across the entirety of the Yulan continent, there are only 3 such freaks. The first freak is the High Priest of the Living Temple of the Yulan Empire. Many people simply refer to him as the High Priest. I, at least, have no idea how old the High Priest is. He has been alive for simply too long. Linley nodded. This second freak has been alive an extremely long time. He is the true ruler of the 3rd most dangerous place in the Yulan continent, the Forest of Darkness. This freak is supposedly a magical beast in nature, but he has already reached the level of being able to transform into a human. Linley, you should already know that when a magical beast reaches the saint level, he can transform his body enough to speak in human tongues, but is not able to transform into a human form. You can imagine for yourself how terrifying a magical beast who can transform into a human must be. Linley nodded slightly. He had previously heard Doering Coward speak of these 2 individuals. Even back when Doering Coward was alive, these 2 had been invincible presences.
And the third person? Linley asked. Guillermo sighed. This third person is also someone who I revere greatly. He was the founding emperor of the O'Brien Empire, the most militarily powerful empire in the Yulon continent. People call him the war god O'Brien. O'Brien. Linley memorized this name. Given that the O'Brien Empire was named after this person, one could imagine how amazing he was. 5,000 years ago, the war god quickly rose to prominence, defeating one saint-level combatant after another. In that era, there were many super-combatants, such as the four supreme warriors, who appeared during that time period. Guillermo smiled at Linley. Linley thought back to his own ancestor, Baruch. The first leader of the Baruch clan had appeared almost exactly 5,000 years ago as well. Back then, the four supreme warriors were extremely powerful, but their brilliance was totally eclipsed by the war god. The war god defeated one powerful saint-level combatant after another, and in the end, even engaged in a great battle with the high priest, in the air above the Yulon River. During the course of their battle, the shockwaves alone killed over 10,000 people. In the end, both the O'Brien Empire and the Yulon Empire gave up a large amount of territory, allowing it to form into three independent kingdoms which served as buffer zones between these two great empires. Guillermo sighed emotionally. Linley, in the minds of many, the high priest is the most powerful human alive. But the war god was actually able to fight to a stalemate with the high priest. But how few years had the war god been alive for? This is why so many people are in awe of him. Who knows what level of power the war god is now at, after 5,000 years of training? Guillermo sighed with praise. Linley secretly nodded as well. This war god. He fought the high priest to a stalemate. Do'Uring Coward's voice rang out in Linley's mind. How is that possible? Back in Do'Uring Coward's era, the high priest's brilliance eclipsed everyone in the world. In Do'Uring Coward's heart, the high priest was invincible and undefeatable. Grandpa Do'Uring, every era will see super-combatants emerge. If you, Grandpa Do'Uring, hadn't died back then and had continued to train, perhaps one day you would have also broken past the saint level and become an expert on the same level as the high priest. Linley mentally said. Do'Uring Coward let out a low sigh and no longer spoke. Enough talk about those three freaks. The person I am about to have you meet is only inferior to those three. If you can become his disciple, it will be of great benefit to you as you attempt to increase your power in magic. Guillermo said. Linley laughed inside. As far as someone who was only inferior to those three freaks, wasn't his own Grandpa Do'Uring someone who was at the peak of the saint level? What is the name of this ascetic? Linley asked. His name is Fallen Leaf. Within one of the slums of Fenley City. Only now did Linley realize that within Fenley City, one of the largest, most prosperous cities in the Yulon continent, there was such an impoverished, desolate place. It was far worse off than even his own hometown of Wushan Township. At this moment, Linley and Guillermo were walking shoulder to shoulder within a foul, dirty alley. Lord Guillermo, the Lord Fallen Leaf that you spoke of lives here. Linley couldn't believe it. Right. Guillermo nodded. Linley, remember, this Lord Fallen Leaf detests those nobles who think themselves better than others. Thus, you must be modest and courteous, even towards these poor people. Linley glanced at the poor people lining the streets. Not too far away, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old child, malnourished to the point of being skin and bones, who wore a foul, oily black rag as his clothes. This child was staring at Linley with fear in his eyes. Due to his skinniness, his sunken eyes seemed particularly large. Those innocent eyes made Linley's heart tremble. Linley didn't do anything, just continued to walk forward alongside Guillermo. On the road, Linley saw one poor child after another. None of them wore any proper clothes, and all of them were extremely poor. Here we are. Guillermo suddenly said. Linley couldn't help but turn his head to look.
They were standing in front of a casually erected metal frame-like dwelling. An old man who looked like a beggar sat in the middle of the building. The old man was so skinny that it made one's heart quiver, and all the skin on his body was sagging down. His hands were like the claws of a chicken, only skin and bone. This old fellow was looking at Linley with curiosity. "Lord Fallen Leaf," Guillermo said respectfully. "He really is Lord Fallen Leaf." Linley wasn't sure in his heart, but seeing Guillermo behave in such a manner, he was forced to believe it. But could this old man in front of him, who looked like a beggar that could be blown down by a good gust of wind, really be the high saint-level competent, Lord Fallen Leaf? "Guillermo, this is the one you mentioned to me, the so-called kid with talent?" the old beggar asked. "Yes, Lord Fallen Leaf," Guillermo said respectfully. "Grandpa Fallen Leaf, Grandpa Fallen Leaf, quick, help save my mother. She was beaten and injured by someone." A youthful voice rang out, then a girl came running in, carrying her skinny mother on her back. The old beggar immediately turned around and stretched his right hand out. Surrounded by a holy light, that heavily wounded woman began to heal at an astonishing speed. The old beggar turned back to look at Linley. "I will only teach those with kind hearts and pure souls. But your heart is filled with an excessive desire to kill. I will not teach you." Guillermo couldn't help but be astonished by these words. An excessive desire to kill. A hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. The need to seek vengeance on behalf of his parents had caused unspeakable pain and torment to Linley. Every minute, he desired to kill Patterson, but he continued to force himself to be calm and to not be rash. But this sort of constant self-repression did indeed cause Linley's killing urge to only grow greater and greater. "Then, Lord Fallen Leaf, I take my leave." Linley bowed slightly, then turned and left. The old beggar had originally wanted to say a few extra words. Upon seeing Linley turn and leave so cleanly and bluntly, he couldn't help but be startled. But then, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 9, The Engagement. Lord Fallen Leaf. Seeing how impolite Linley had been, Guillermo hurriedly apologized. "Lord Fallen Leaf, this Linley is only 17 years old this year. Lord Fallen Leaf, please forgive his discourtesy." Guillermo knew very well what a great amount of influence this Fallen Leaf had within the Radiant Church. This Lord Fallen Leaf could be considered the spiritual leader of the entire ascetic branch. Even the Holy Emperor himself didn't have the ability to force him to go against his own will. Using his skinny, chicken claw-like right hand, Fallen Leaf stroked his straggly beard. With curiosity, he watched Linley's departing back. Discourtesy? No. He wasn't exactly discourteous. It can only be said that this kid acts very firmly and unwaveringly. Guillermo was startled. He didn't expect that this Lord Fallen Leaf, who initially had a poor impression of Linley, would now praise him. "Guillermo." Fallen Leaf looked at Guillermo. "Lord Fallen Leaf, I await your instructions," Guillermo said respectfully. Smiling, Fallen Leaf said, "This Linley's heart is filled with murderous intent, and he is firm and unwavering. I think a person like him will never hesitate in his actions, whether it be in killing or in anything else. A person like this is very much suited to be the sharp sword of the Radiant Church." Guillermo understood what Fallen Leaf meant. Although the Radiant Church urged people to follow their better natures, towards the followers of other religions, the Radiant Church was ruthless and merciless. Naturally, this would require ruthless and merciless people. This was why the ecclesiastical tribunal of the church was originally formed. Perhaps in the future, this kid, Linley, will become the new praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal. Fallen Leaf said softly. Guillermo couldn't help but turn to look at Linley's departing back. Become the praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal? Guillermo knew very well that the praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal could be considered the second highest ranking person within the Radiant Church.
In fact, from some standpoints, it could be considered that the position of the praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal was on par with that of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was, on the surface, the leader of the radiant church who wielded the most power. But the praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal was the dark underside of the radiant church, the leader of the most powerful military force within the church. Lord Fallen Leaf, are you willing to guide him? Guillermo suddenly asked. But Fallen Leaf still shook his head. Why? Guillermo was confused. Since Fallen Leaf appreciated Linley, why wasn't he willing to train him? Fallen Leaf shook his head. My training methods are not suited for him. My way requires a pure heart, and is suited for someone whose heart faces the light. But as for him, the path he walks is the path of slaughter. Guillermo nodded. Guillermo, there's no need for you to find another master for him. A truly powerful person will rely on himself to find a path most suitable for himself. The teachings of others are, after all, based on their own ways. Fallen Leaf looked at Guillermo. You are an archmagus of the 9th rank. Why, then, have I never instructed you? It's precisely because of this reason. Even if I tell you about what I have comprehended and my insights, you still will not succeed, because only after countless personal experiences will your soul transform, allowing you to comprehend deeper levels of mysteries. Only then will you succeed. Remember. Rely on yourself. Fallen Leaf smiled. Guillermo nodded. He hadn't yet entered the saint level, so there was no way for him to comprehend what the difference between the saint level and the 9th rank was. Although at times, he wondered if Fallen Leaf was intentionally withholding valuable guidance from him, upon seeing Fallen Leaf's sincere gaze and hearing his sincere voice, he believed him. Perhaps I really do have to rely on myself. Guillermo had been held at the 9th rank as a magus for a long time, now. He deeply desired to make a breakthrough. After all, between the 9th rank and the saint level, the difference between the two was like that of the heavens and the earth. Within Linley's manor. The hot springs garden. Next to the hot springs pool, Linley was quietly seated in the meditative trance. Shudder, shudder. Linley's entire body was constantly emitting strange noises, as his bones and muscles continuously shuddered. Beads of sweat constantly flowed down his body. Training in accordance with the secret Dragon Blood Manual was 10 times more effective than using ordinary battle chi training methods. But this was only natural. After all, the requirements for one to be able to use the secret Dragon Blood Manual were also extremely intense. Why is training for humans so difficult? You even require all sorts of secret manuals that require different body types. Lying next to Linley, BB's little head turned to look at Linley, his mind full of questions. He was a magical beast, and his training was very simple. He would directly absorb darkness-style elemental essence from the outside world, drawing it into his body and into his magi sight core. There weren't any secrets. It was just a very natural absorption process. Linley continued to live this sort of quiet life, spending most of his time each day in training. Using several high-quality training methods at the same time, he pushed his body's capacity for punishment to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. Whoosh! Wielding the blood-violet God's word in his hands, Linley tested out one attack after another. Which angle allowed the sword to strike out the fastest? How to control the vibrations of blood-violet to reduce the hindrance of the natural air friction, and to make his sword move faster. Time and time again, he painstakingly trained in striking with his sword. Each time Linley made his move, a brilliant violent flash would appear. The speed of these blows was enough to make one's heart quail. But Linley was still not satisfied. He constantly pursued improvement, perfection. Using his understanding of wind elemental essence which was granted to him by his wind magic, he trained hard to make blood-violet move even quicker and more fluidly. "Milord!" A voice called out from outside the hot springs garden. Linley paused.
With a movement of his hand, the blood-violet god's word in his hand disappeared. Nobody could notice that this blood-violet sword had wrapped around Linley's waist now. Even if a normal person paid attention to his belt, they would only think it to be a purple belt. Enter. Only now did Linley speak. Instantly, a beautiful maid came running in at high speed. A look of worship on her face, she looked at Linley, and then immediately lowered her head and said respectfully, "Milord, the Debs clan has sent someone over with an invitation card." As she spoke, she offered the invitation card to Linley. Linley looked at the invitation card. The invitation card was red in color, while the trimmings were golden. The words invitation card were written on top in bright, bold characters. Invitation card. Linley accepted the invitation card, and then opened it. Indeed, the contents of the card were exactly what he had thought it would be. On June 18th, Kaelin, Rolling, and Alice will carry out their engagement ceremony. Who is this Rolling? Staring at the invitation card, Linley frowned. You can leave now. Linley said calmly. Yes, milord. The attendant said respectfully, then she departed from the hot springs garden. Boss, is that Debs clan arranging the engagement ceremony for Alice? Beebe leapt onto Linley's shoulders, then stretched his little head out to peer at the card. Rolling. Who is Rolling? Beebe looked at Linley suspiciously. Douring Coward also appeared next to Linley. Seeing the invitation letter, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Grandpa Douring. Linley turned to look at Douring Coward. Are you wondering who Rolling is? Douring Coward really was someone who had only gotten craftier with age. He instantly understood. It's simple. Your sculpture, awakening from the dream, made many people familiar with Alice's appearance. Although they don't know who Alice is, once the engagement ceremony is publicized, many people will see Alice. By then, they will definitely recognize her as being the mold for your creation of Awakening from the Dream. The love story contained within your sculpture is clearly visible to anyone who has ever analyzed stone sculpting. And precisely for this reason, the Debs clan definitely is not willing to allow Alice to become Kaelin's principal wife. This Rolling is most likely going to be Kaelin's principal wife. Linley was stunned. Alice wasn't going to be Kaelin's principal wife? In the Yulon continent, the principal wife held a high status in the household, while the secondary wives held a much lower status. Because of me. Instantly, Linley's emotions grew complicated. Because of his sculpture, Alice could no longer be Kaelin's principal wife. Linley, do you intend to go to this engagement ceremony? Douring Coward asked. Yes. Of course. Linley's eyes hardened, and then he laughed. Bernard has invited me several times now. This time, he specially sent over an invitation card. How could I refuse? Linley stared up at the blue sky, where wisps of silk-like clouds were floating about. Long ago, he had sat on the grass alongside Alice and stared up at this sort of blue sky. June 18th. According to the priests of the Radiant Church, this was an extremely propitious day. Thus, the Debs clan chose to hold the engagement ceremony on this day. This day, the front of the Debs clan's manor was jam-packed with carriages and people. Major nobles, wealthy magnates, beautiful noble women, dazzling young noble ladies, handsome noble youths. Today, it could be said that the Debs clan's manor had more nobles present than any other place in Fenley City. Lord Marquis Linley has arrived. The voice of the receiver for the Debs clan shot up 2 octaves as Linley, dressed in a black gentleman's outfit, strode into the main hall of the Debs clan. Virtually all of the nobles within the main hall stopped their conversations and turned to look at Linley. Linley glanced around the room, a slight smile on his lips. Linley's demeanor was totally in keeping with the magnificent presence of the upper nobility. Lord Linley, welcome. Bernard, who was previously chatting with some other guests, quickly walked towards Linley's direction. Kalen, who was the leading role for this event, came by as well at Bernard's side. "Mr. Bernard." Linley smiled. "Congratulations on your son's engagement, to two beautiful women, no less." Thank you," Bernard said warmly. Kalen also said respectfully, "Lord Linley, welcome to our home. I hope you will enjoy yourself today." Linley glanced at Kalen, but only nodded. Without speaking to him, Linley looked back at Bernard. "Lord Bernard, please feel free to take care of your other guests. I'll just find a place to stand." The main hall of the Debs clan was extremely large. Hundreds of nobles and magnates were within it, but they didn't feel the slightest bit crowded. The rich noble women and the rich young noble ladies were all attired beautifully, strutting through the crowd like proud peacocks. Especially after Linley arrived. Many of the rich young noble ladies unconsciously drew closer to him. "Lord Linley, you are so amazing. I've trained in stone sculpting for 3 years now, but I'm not even able to sculpt a basic shape yet." A young noble lady with a head of beautiful brown hair said warmly to Linley. "Lord Linley, you are really so incredible. You are only a bit older than us, but you've already approached the level of Prulx and Hope Jensen. Lord Linley, can you help teach me?" This young noble lady looked hopefully at Linley with her big, beautiful eyes. "Stone sculpting requires sufficient wrist strength. For such soft, beautiful ladies like yourself, it's actually better if you just learned how to paint," Linley said with a superficial smile. As he spoke, Linley felt helpless. Perhaps it was because all of these young noble ladies all knew that Linley was not yet married, but they all came to bother Linley, one after another. And of course, the parents of these young noble ladies were more than happy to just sit and watch. Because virtually all of the nobles within the kingdom of Fenley knew that if someone could become in-laws with Linley, their clan would rise in stature by leaps and bounds. What sort of a figure was Linley? He was already the prime court magus, but virtually all of the nobles knew that he was only serving the kingdom of Fenley in name. In the future, he would definitely become an important figure within the Radiant Church. In the future, his position might be higher than that of even the ruler of Fenley. "Linley!" A bright voice rang out. Linley turned around. "Your Majesty!" The young noble ladies surrounding him all made their curtsies, no longer daring to entangle him. Only now did Linley secretly let out a breath as he headed towards Clady. When he was alongside the king, at least those young noble ladies wouldn't dare to bother him. "Linley, see anyone you fancy?" Clady whispered teasingly into Linley's ears as Linley drew near. Linley couldn't help but cast a helpless glance at Clady. "Your Majesty, there's no need to tease me like this, is there?" "Ha ha," Clady couldn't help but break into a loud laugh. Suddenly, the entire main hall fell silent. Clady also turned his head to stare at the door to the main hall, his eyes shining. "Hey! There's the leading females for tonight." Linley turned to look as well. Kalen was holding a beautiful woman's hand on each side. Both of these women were wearing beautiful full dresses, while the beautiful adornments in their golden hair shimmered brightly. One was rolling. The other was Alice. Alice. Linley's gaze rested for a moment on Alice. Alice was more beautifully made up today than she had ever been before. But this time, the person holding her hand was Kalen. "Oh, my goddess! Isn't this the goddess which Master Linley carved into awakening from the dream?" Suddenly, a noble let out a startled shout. The main hall was instantly filled with clamorous discussion. Aside from the few people who already knew what Alice looked like, the vast majority of the people present had no idea what Alice's appearance was. But they had seen the sculpture, Awakening from the Dream. Many of the people had even designated the woman within the Awakening from the Dream as the goddess of their dreams. But at this moment, their goddess of their dreams suddenly appeared before them at this engagement ceremony. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 10, Captured. The main hall of the Debs clan was in an uproar. This. Many nobles were absolutely stunned upon seeing Alice. Linley's extremely high level of sculpting abilities, unfortunately, was to blame for them to so easily be able to recognize Alice as the inspiration for awakening from the dream. Linley had already surpassed the level of skill. Through his sculpture, he totally was able to bring out this woman's charm and mesmerizing qualities. All of these nobles, at the very first glance, were able to be absolutely certain that Alice was the goddess of their dreams. Many nobles looked at Alice, then turned to stare at Linley. Silence. All of a sudden, the entire main hall became deafeningly quiet, as though all of the nobles present suddenly understood something, while also understanding that now was not the time to discuss this. But this silence made Alice all the more embarrassed and frantic. From the corner of her eyes, Alice glanced at Linley. Linley, who was standing right next to the King of Fenley. Still as calm as ever. He was just quietly looking at her. Towards Linley. Alice's emotions towards him were very complex. There was regret. There was hatred. Hatred for the fact that Linley's sculpture had prevented her from being the principal wife, and also for making her feel so embarrassed now. But at the same time, that sculpture had also let her truly understand how Linley had felt towards her. Kaelin felt extremely awkward as well. Everyone, let me make the introductions. Bernard's voice rang out, his face all smiles. My son Kaelin is now becoming formally engaged with Miss Rowling and Miss Alice. As he spoke, Bernard walked over to Kaelin's side. Pointing at Rowling, he said, "This is Miss Rowling, the principal wife of my son Kaelin. And this is Miss Alice." Instantly, the main hall became filled with quiet murmurs. Every so often, someone would sneak a furtive look at Linley. "Everyone, let's begin the banquet." Bernard laughed merrily. All of the nobles in the main hall entered the banquet area. During the banquet, the members of the Debs clan were extremely friendly and warm to everybody. But nonetheless, there were still many nobles who would continue to glance at Alice, then glance at Linley. Holding a glass of wine, Linley walked over to a secluded corner of the main hall, casually seating himself in a sofa. "Boss, I can hear so many people chatting about you." Bibi leapt onto Linley's legs. Linley gently sipped the wine in his glass. "Let them talk if they wish to. I'm fine with it. Only, Alice most likely is suffering." Nowadays, towards Alice, Linley's emotions were calm and peaceful. Only now did he understand what a huge influence the sculpture, awakening from the dream, had upon Alice's life. Seated in that corner, Linley quietly watched as Kaelin, Alice, and Rowling moved from table to table, meeting with guests. He quietly drank his wine by himself. "Lord Linley, why are you here drinking wine all by your lonesome?" A beautiful young lady with jade hair and snow-white skin walked over, sitting down quite naturally next to Linley while extending her glass of wine towards him. Linley clinked glasses with her. "My name is Sasha Shasha. Before the banquet began, I had been hoping I would have a chance to chat with you, Lord Linley. But it seemed as though you attracted quite a lot of attention from the girls. I didn't have a chance at all." Sasha laughed. Linley looked at Sasha. Sasha was very tall and slender, and her laughter was rich and vibrant. Her eyes also held a bewitching, intoxicating gaze. Compared to those young noble ladies, a female like this had a more feminine charm. "The girls? Can it be that yourself aren't a girl, Sasha?" Linley asked with engrossed curiosity. Sasha took a light sip of wine, then laughed. "A girl? I've been married for 8 years now. How could I be a girl?" Linley couldn't help but be startled. "However, my husband died on the day of our wedding." Sasha glanced at Linley as she spoke in a soft voice. Linley stared at Sasha in astonishment. Seeing the look on Linley's face, Sasha couldn't help but begin to laugh a charming laugh,
and then she raised her glass and had another sip of red wine. Smiling, she said to Linley, "Lord Linley, you really are too cute." Linley couldn't help but laugh as well. This Sasha really was an interesting person. "Sasha, what are you doing here?" Duke Patterson walked over with a laugh. Sasha glanced back at Duke Patterson. Feigning anger, she said, "Lord Duke, I just started chatting with Lord Linley." "Fine, fine. Go ahead and have your talk with him." As she spoke, she winked at Linley, then left. Duke Patterson stared at Sasha's departing silhouette for a moment before sitting down next to Linley. "Linley, what do you think?" Duke Patterson said to Linley. "What do I think about what?" "Sasha, of course." Duke Patterson looked at Linley suggestively. "Linley, amongst the circle of nobles, Sasha is a beautiful lady who is chased after by many. Look at Sasha's figure, her eyes, her little mouth." "Oh." Linley could only laugh. "Let me tell you, Sasha should be very interested in you. If you seize this opportunity, you should be able to get her into your hands." Patterson patted Linley on the shoulders. Linley glanced at Patterson. "Not interested?" Patterson stared at Linley in surprise. "Linley." Patterson lowered his voice as he spoke to Linley. "Tonight, after this banquet is over, don't leave in a rush. There's something I wish to discuss with you." Linley was startled. "As secretive as that? You wouldn't not give me face, right?" Patterson feigned anger. Linley glanced at Patterson, musing to himself, "I want to see what you are up to." Linley rather wanted the chance to get a bit closer to Patterson as well. "Lord Duke, don't worry. Tonight, I will wait a while for you." Linley smiled as he replied. 8 o'clock that night. Many of the nobles had already left, but Linley was in no hurry. He still remembered his appointment with Patterson. "I want to see what you are up to." Linley waited quietly in the main hall. "Linley, I'll leave now," Clady said to Linley as he left. The people in the main hall grew fewer and fewer. Getting rather impatient, Linley left the main hall, stepping onto the outside balcony to enjoy the cool night wind. Right at this moment, a manservant quietly walked up to him. "Lord Linley, the Lord Duke is inviting you for a walk," the manservant said quietly. "As secretive as this?" Linley was a bit surprised. "Lead the way." On the surface, Linley looked calm. Bibi remained curled up inside Linley's robes. The manservant led Linley to a very dark, secluded alley. Judging from the appearance of the road, this was a place where people rarely came. "Where are we going?" Linley said in a low voice. The manservant said respectfully, "Lord Linley, this is in accordance with the Lord Duke's instructions. No one is to see you, Lord Linley." "Oh." Linley furrowed his brows. But Linley wasn't afraid. He continued to follow the servant forward, as the two of them made their way through the dark, secluded alley, then passed through a small copse of trees. A secret door was opened, and they arrived at a small building. "So the Debs clan has a place as secretive as this," Linley said to himself. Unless someone was capable of flight, it would be quite difficult indeed to spot this hidden little building. The manservant led Linley directly into the main hall. "Lord Duke, Lord Linley is here," the manservant called out respectfully as they reached the main hall's doorway. "Ha ha, Linley is here." Dressed in a long black robe, Duke Patterson stepped out of the main hall. Seeing Linley, a gleam of excitement appeared in Duke Patterson's hawk-like eyes, and he hurriedly walked over. "Linley, come in, quick," the manservant respectfully said. "Lord Duke, I'll be leaving then." "Yes, you can go," Patterson said casually. The manservant respectfully bowed and turned to leave. But then, the smiling Duke Patterson suddenly shot out his right arm at high speed,
viciously piercing through the manservant like a knife, from his back to his chest. Ah! The manservant disbelievingly turned his head and stared at Duke Patterson. He totally couldn't understand why the powerful Duke Patterson would stoop to killing someone like him. Unfortunately, with his heart totally shattered, in just a few seconds, the light fled from his eyes. Lord Duke, the meaning of this is. Linley, off to the side, still managed to maintain his calm. Duke Patterson was a warrior of the 7th rank. For him to kill a manservant who was at most a warrior of the 1st or 2nd rank was indeed very easy. From within his clothes, Duke Patterson drew out a handkerchief, using it to wipe off the blood from his hand. And then, he casually tossed it on the ground. Linley. It's nothing. I just didn't want anyone to know that you and I met. Duke Patterson chortled. Linley looked suspiciously at Duke Patterson. You don't want anyone to know. Duke Patterson nodded confidently. Don't worry at all. This secret meeting place was arranged by Bernard per my instructions. Bernard only knows that I'll use this place, but he doesn't know who I meet with. The only servant who knows that we have met is dead now. Thus, no one will know that we have met. Linley made up his mind. He stepped into the main hall. Duke Patterson. This matter seems to be quite important. Linley smiled at Duke Patterson. Patterson nodded. Of course. And, I have arranged for a decoy as well. In the eyes of others, I have returned to my estate long ago. Aside from Bernard and my housekeeper, I'm afraid you are the only one who knows I am here. A decoy? Duke Patterson, what exactly do you intend to do, for you to meet with me here so secretively? Linley asked with some curiosity. Duke Patterson looked around the area, then closed the door to the main hall. Come. Let's chat inside. Pulling Linley by the hand, Duke Patterson headed for a room within the main hall. After entering the room, Duke Patterson activated a mechanism. With a grinding sound, the stone wall began to move, revealing a stone passageway. So within this secret little building, there was a secret underground room as well. Linley. Come in. Patterson smiled at Linley. Linley nodded and stepped inside. The inside of the underground room was pitch dark. Patterson lit 3 candles, then turned to smile at Linley. There's nothing for it. Neither my Duke's manor nor your own manor is suitable. There are too many spies in both places. It's not safe. Duke Patterson let out a long breath. Linley also knew that his manor was under constant surveillance from the Radiant Church as well as Clady. Because this manor was gifted to him by Clady. The servants belonged to Clady as well. It was quite normal for the place to be filled with Clady's spies. At the same time, his guard corps belonged to the Radiant Church. Frankly speaking, Linley's actions within his manor was under the constant, watchful eye of these two parties. Duke Patterson. Today, the topic of our conversation seems to be quite important. Go ahead, tell me what this is all about. Linley smiled. Patterson withdrew a Magi crystal card from his clothes. Linley. There are 10 million gold coins in this card. 10 million gold coins. Linley waited for Patterson's explanation. Patterson said helplessly, Linley, I'll tell you the truth. After my elder brother tasked me with the position of Minister of Finance for the kingdom, I have used my authority to accumulate wealth for myself. Up until now, my activities have been hidden perfectly, but this time, the smuggling activity I engaged in with another clan was simply too large scale. Based on what my sources tell me, my elder brother may have already found out. Patterson still held to his, as he did not reveal that the clan in question was the Debs clan. The smuggling was on too large a scale. But does this have anything to do with me? Linley laughed as he looked at Patterson. Patterson hurriedly said, Of course this has something to do with you. Although I am King Clady's younger brother, I know very well that when he makes his move, he never shows any mercy at all. I must find a path of retreat. After all, over the course of all these years, I have done too many things. Once this affair comes to light, many other affairs will be dug up as well. Thus, I want you to speak on my behalf with young Master Yale of the Dawson conglomerate. I know that you are good friends with Yale. A hint of a smile appeared on Patterson's face. Yale. Linley began to understand Patterson's intentions. Patterson said helplessly, in the future, when these events come to pass, there are not many local powers capable of rescuing me from Fenley City. But the Dawson conglomerate is definitely one of them. The Kingdom of Fenley does not dare to offend the Dawson conglomerate. At the same time, the Radiant Church will not go to loggerheads against the Dawson conglomerate for the sake of a minor corruption scandal. As long as the Dawson conglomerate is willing to act, they can easily rescue me. However, I spoke with the Dawson conglomerate, and they were not willing to offend King Clady on my behalf. Patterson looked hopefully at Linley. Linley, Yale is the son of the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate. His words are extremely influential. What's more, the Dawson conglomerate values you quite highly as well. As long as you are willing to help me, there definitely won't be any problems. Duke Patterson begged. If you don't help me, I most likely am going to die. I beg of you, please help. No one will know that you and I have spoken. As long as you are willing to save me, these 10 million gold coins are yours, Linley. I beg you. Patterson's words were very sincere. His eyes were filled with hope. Linley laughed. No one will know. Linley's smile was incandescent. Right. No one will know. Patterson hurriedly nodded. A look of joy had already appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, Linley's body began to transform at a high speed. Black draconic scales began to come out of his body, while a single black horn sprouted out of his forehead. His two hands transformed into draconic claws. His pupils also transformed from their original color to the dark, golden color of the armored razorback Wyrm. Duke Patterson's face changed. Knowing that something was wrong, he hurriedly roused his own battle chi, and all of the muscles of his body began to tighten. Whoosh! Linley's iron whip-like tail slashed through the air with a terrifying howl. Given Duke Patterson's reaction time and speed, he was unable to avoid it, and it landed a vicious blow on his body. Whack! Patterson, warrior of the 7th rank, was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. But then in the next instant, that whip-like tail wrapped around Patterson. The sounds of bones clattering could be heard as Patterson's entire body was bound tightly, preventing him from moving in the slightest. Patterson struggled as much as he could, but his arms were unable to break free from his bonds. Linley controlled his draconic tail to pull Patterson towards himself. Linley was now under full dragon form. His cold, merciless, dark golden eyes stared death directly into Patterson's eyes. A hint of a cruel smile played about the corners of Linley's lips. You say, no one will know? Ha ha. That's just perfect. I've waited so very long for this opportunity. Patterson had been absolutely scared stupid by this sudden development. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 11, The Man Behind the Curtain. His entire body was covered in black scales, while sharp black spikes jutted out from his elbows and his knees. His entire back was lined with a row of sharp spikes coming from his spine. And his eyes had turned a dark golden color. Just seeing that cold, dark, golden set of eyes staring at him was enough to terrify Duke Patterson. Who are you? Duke Patterson was so terrified that his face was ashen white. His mouth flapped for a long while before he managed to say these words. What was this monstrosity in front of him? Who am I? Linley's cold gaze was fixed on Patterson. Squeak, squeak. The sounds of bones chattering emanated from throughout Patterson's body, as Linley continued to apply force through his iron whip-like tail in constricting Patterson. No matter how hard Patterson struggled, he couldn't budge at all. Pain began to spread from his arms to the rest of his body. "You are from another plane." Patterson's eyes were filled with terror. From what he could tell, based on Linley's current appearance, only a different species from another plane could do what Linley had just done. "Linley, I beg you, spare me, spare my life. I definitely will keep your secret, definitely." Transfixed by Linley's dark golden gaze, Patterson had totally lost his equanimity. "Spare your life." A hint of a cold smile appeared on Linley's face. "That's not impossible. I want to ask you something. Around 12 or 13 years ago, did you send some people out to kidnap a woman?" Patterson was startled. He immediately frantically tried to recollect the affairs of 12 or 13 years past, but 12 or 13 years was an extremely long period of time. Most importantly, "Linley, no, Lord Linley, I can't remember," Patterson said frantically. "That was a long time ago, and I often would have women I took a fancy to captured and brought to my mansion. I don't know exactly which one you are talking about." That murderous intent in Linley's heart began to grow. This Patterson actually often abducted women? From Linley's face, Patterson had no idea as to the transformation that was currently occurring in Linley's heart. Having completely undergone the dragon form, Linley appeared totally cold and emotionless, terrifying, sinister. A woman who had just given birth not long beforehand, who had just finished a pilgrimage to the Radiant Temple, and then returned to her hotel. Linley still stared icily at Patterson. His voice didn't rise at all. Hearing Linley say these things, Patterson's entire body went stiff. And then he stared at Linley in astonishment. "You remember now?" Linley said coldly. Of course Patterson remembered now. Throughout all these years, he had only abducted women who had just given birth on 2 occasions. His memories of these affairs was quite keen. Especially that one time. 13 years ago. That time, the person whom had instructed him to act had severely warned him to maintain secrecy. "I really can't remember," Patterson said, terrified. "Lord Linley, I beg you, spare me. I really don't know. You must be mistaken." Linley's dark golden eyes flashed. "You want to die?" Linley's voice grew even colder. "Ah!" Patterson screamed in terror as Linley's tail increased the pressure around him. This greater pressure was causing all of the bones in Patterson's body to moan in protest. Clatter! Clatter! The sound of bones nearly cracking was enough to make one's heart shudder. But Linley still only stared coldly at Patterson. Crunch! Ah! The crisp sound of a bone snapping, mixed with the tortured screams of Patterson. His left arm bone had actually been snapped clean by this terrifying pressure. Not bad. Linley's lips quivered slightly. As though he were smiling. But Patterson didn't view it as a smile. Under the dragon form, the slight curve of Linley's lips only filled Patterson's with even more fear. "You know what matters and what doesn't. The vast majority of your battle chi has been used to protect your vital organs. Only a small amount of battle chi was used to protect your arm. It's true. A broken arm isn't a life-threatening condition. But if your organs were to rupture, then you really will lose your life." Linley's voice was very calm. Patterson felt his throat go dry. He had never imagined that Linley would have such a terrifying side. "Now, do you remember yet?" Linley asked again. Patterson really wanted to answer him, but when he thought about the punishment which would await him if he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. His face growing still more pitiful, he cried out miserably, "Lord Linley, I beg of you, don't torture me. I really don't know. Even if you kill me, I still don't know." Patterson firmly believed that, with this affair having been over 13 years ago and Linley being so young, there was no way Linley could be certain about what had happened. Most likely, Linley had received some sketchy details and was not absolutely certain. As long as he clenched his teeth and refused to speak, perhaps Linley would believe him in the end. Lord Linley, if I knew, I would have told you long ago, and avoided all this suffering. Lord Linley, I beg of you, please investigate this matter clearly. Tears began to pour out of Patterson's eyes, and his face was a picture of sincerity. If it weren't for the fact that Linley had read that letter from his father, he might really have hesitated. Staring at Patterson, Linley's lips began to curve upwards even more. Patterson's heart felt a sudden chill. Good. Wonderful. Linley's tail was still wrapped around Patterson. Suddenly, the draconic tail sent Patterson smashing directly, viciously into the stone floor. Fortunately, though, Linley smashed Patterson feet first, rather than head first. Linley gave full rein to the power of his draconic tail. Patterson's two legs smashed against the stone floor. Crush. The sound of bones splintering instantly, mixed with Patterson's terrifying, high-pitched howls of agony. On Patterson's left knee, the shattered white bone was visible to the eye, piercing both through his leg and his pants. His right leg, even worse off, simply lay limply on the ground, while blood stained his pants around the ankles in particular. Ah! 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 Patterson was screaming non-stop. This level of pain was killing him. Fortunately, though, his organs had been protected by his battle chi, and so his life was not yet in danger. Demon! Demon! Patterson was cursing non-stop in his heart. He knew what a tremendous force Linley was using. Based on his strength as a warrior of the 7th rank, he was only just barely able to protect his internal organs with his battle chi, and couldn't protect the rest of his body. Patterson didn't want to die. Crippled legs? Not a problem. With enough money, he definitely could invite an archmagus of the 9th rank of the Radiant Church to use the Song of Life on him. As long as he didn't already die, any wound, no matter how serious, could be healed. Do you remember yet? That woman you abducted? Linley's voice was still very calm, not rising in the slightest. But the terror in Patterson's heart was growing. I remember. I remember. Beads of sweat were flowing down Patterson's face. Not from pain. From fear. Patterson knew very well that in the sealed underground room in which he and Linley were currently in, nobody outside could hear anything, no matter how loud the screams. Perhaps someone directly outside, leaning against the stone door, could just barely hear something. But who would be outside of this secret little room, pressing their ears against the stone door? No matter how loud he screamed, no one would know. If you said so earlier, wouldn't you have suffered less? Linley's dark golden eyes stared peacefully at Patterson. Speak, then. Explain what happened to me. Patterson hurriedly nodded. Lord Linley, that year, that woman was extremely beautiful. I was bewitched, and hatched an evil plot to abduct that woman and bring her back to my place. I wanted that woman to sleep with me, but she was too headstrong. She committed suicide by ramming her head against the stone wall. Stuttering as he spoke, Patterson looked at Linley. In Patterson's opinion, there were very few people who knew what had really happened to that woman. Linley shouldn't have had any clue. You continue to lie. Linley finally grew angry. Those dark golden eyes seemed to slowly turn red. Using his draconic tail, Linley brought Patterson directly before him. Linley all but pressed his face directly against Patterson's, coldly staring into his eyes. Pressed against Linley, seeing Linley's black scales and the black horn on his forehead, Patterson grew even more terrified. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Patterson hurriedly said. Linley's hands, already transformed into claws by the dragon form, suddenly delivered a mighty slap to Patterson's face. Thwack! 5 pieces of flesh were ripped from Patterson's face, and blood began to flow out in a steady stream. Fortunately, Linley wasn't trying to kill him. Otherwise, he would have crushed Patterson's brain to a pulp with this blow. Sob, sob, sob. Patterson was in so much pain that his voice changed. Linley stared coldly at Patterson. Patterson, listen closely. I already know very much about what had happened, which is why it's best for you not to lie to me. Otherwise, the torment you will suffer definitely will not be limited to just this. Let me tell you this. The woman that you abducted was my mother. Mother? Patterson was stunned, even forgetting his pain for the moment. I am very clear about what happened that day with my mother, and I have been investigating this entire time. Thus, it's best if you tell me everything about what happened to my mother. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Linley's voice grew even more freezing. Actually, no matter what Patterson said, he was still definitely going to die. Because Linley's father had been pursued and heavily injured by Patterson's men, and had died as a result. Patterson didn't yet know that the person he had sent people out to hunt and kill was Linley's father. If he had known, perhaps Patterson would be reacting in a totally different way. Tell me. Who did you give my mother to? Linley stared at Patterson. You knew. Patterson's face turned pale. Linley actually knew that he had given the woman away to someone else? Tell me his name, but you'd best not lie to me. If I discover that you have lied to me, I will make your life worse than death. Linley's voice was very calm again, not rising in the slightest. Patterson hesitated for a moment. There's no use for me to tell you. You can't kill him. Patterson said in a low voice. Can't kill him. Linley stared coldly at Patterson. Patterson, listen to me. All you have to do is tell me who that person is. As for whether or not I can kill him, that's none of your concern. Do you think you know what my real level of ability is? Hearing these words, Patterson secretly agreed. The Linley in front of him was too terrifying. The power he had previously displayed had already made others believe he was an absolute genius. But apparently, Linley's real power was far greater than that of a warrior of the 7th rank. In front of Linley, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Patterson began to furiously calculate in his mind. Linley didn't rush him, only fixing Patterson with his dark golden gaze. After pondering a long time, Patterson gritted his teeth and looked at Linley. Linley, I'll tell you who he is, but you have to guarantee that you definitely won't let anyone know that I was the one who told you. And, you have to promise you won't kill me. Linley's face was still as cold as ever. Fine. I guarantee that I will not tell anyone that you were the one to tell me. And, I guarantee I will not kill you. Only now did Patterson secretly let out his breath. About 12 years ago, on one occasion, we members of the royal clan of Fenley went to pay a visit to the Radiant Temple. Within the Radiant Temple, we saw your mother. Afterwards, I sent people to abduct your mother. Patterson immediately said, but that wasn't actually my own intent. I was obeying the orders of another. Who? Linley asked. Patterson glanced at Linley. He slowly said, the orders came from my elder brother. The current ruler of the kingdom of Fenley. King Clady. Clady. Linley was startled. The pride of the kingdom of Fenley, the golden lion, Clady. The warrior of the 9th rank, Clady. Yes. It was Clady. Pat Aaron said with certainty. But I know that Clady valued your mother highly. He even told me that no matter what, I couldn't let this information out, as if I did, I would definitely die. Linley looked at Patterson. He should be telling the truth. Doering Cowart's voice rang out in Linley's mind. I can sense the vibrations of his soul. Linley made up his mind. Patterson looked beseechingly at Linley. Linley, can you spare my life? I guarantee that I definitely won't say a single word about what happened today to anyone. Patterson's eyes were filled with hope. Fine. I'll keep my promise. Linley's draconic tail loosened. Patterson's body dropped to the floor. A look of wild joy appeared on Patterson's face, and he looked at Linley with eyes filled with gratitude. Right at this moment, a black blur flashed by. Crunch. The little shadow mouse, BB, bit Patterson's neck. Patterson stared with terror at BB. He had just escaped from death's door, but now, he could already seem to feel the call of the netherworld. Patterson could tell that the little shadow mouse was the one which was always on Linley's shoulders. Disbelievingly, Patterson stared at Linley. "I said I wouldn't kill you. But I never said my magical beast wouldn't kill you." Linley looked coldly at Patterson, whose throat was spurting out blood. "Let me tell you something else as well. Several months ago, there was a man who snuck into your duke's mansion. Afterwards, you sent people after him to kill him. And that man was my father." Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 12, The Investigation. Just before his death, Patterson finally understood. He had, after all, participated in Linley's father's funeral. He knew that Linley's father was already dead. The funny thing was, just now, he had been hoping that he could leave with his life. But now, he completely understood why Linley had done what he had done. Deep in Patterson's heart, he was unwilling to be resigned to dying like this. Based on his prowess as a warrior of the 7th rank, it wouldn't be too hard to live for another 200 or 300 years. His life should still be long. "I'm dying, but Clady, your life won't be much better." As Patterson's soul was drawn to the netherworld, it contained a thread of hatred for his brother Clady. After watching Patterson die, Linley returned to his normal form. Clady. So the man behind this event was Clady. Linley frowned deeply. Clady himself was a combatant of the 9th rank. Even if Linley was in full dragon form, he would be at most an early 8th rank combatant. Clady was on a totally different level compared to him. Even if Linley were to ambush him, he simply could not harm a warrior of the 9th rank. The gap between them was too great. And Clady had tremendous power at his disposal as well. As the revered ruler of Fenley, how could he not have many fighters under his banner? And, having been the ruler for many years of the kingdom of Fenley, the leading kingdom amongst the 6 kingdoms of the Holy Union, he had a very close relationship with the Radiant Church. His roots were extremely deep. In terms of both strength as well as forces available, Linley could not compare to Clady. "Perhaps my only advantage right now is that I am operating hidden in the shadows." Linley constantly pondered how to deal with Clady. Douring Coward appeared from within the coiling dragon ring. He immediately urged Linley, "Linley, don't waste any more time here. What you need to do right now is to destroy anything that might reveal you were here. Get back to your own estate immediately, otherwise, if you return too late, when they begin investigating who killed Patterson, they might suspect you." Linley was startled awake. Right? His only advantage was that he was operating from within the shadows. No matter what, he couldn't allow Clady to be on guard against him. Time to burn the evidence to ashes. Linley immediately generated several dozen fireballs which surrounded Patterson's body. Based on his current spiritual energy, the temperature of his fireballs was quite high. Patterson's body quickly began to burn, while at the same time, an extremely foul odor began to fill the air. After a while, only a few charred yellow bones and ashes remained. That foul odor made Linley frown. "Linley, your clothes?" Douring Coward reminded. Linley looked down at his clothes. Indeed. After having gone through the dragon form transformation, his clothes had been totally ripped apart. Linley retrieved his things, and then removed his outer jacket and pants without the slightest hesitation. Instantly, he burned his clothes to ashes as well. Linley immediately activated the mechanism. Rumble rumble. The stone door once more opened, and Linley hurriedly walked out, then closed the door again. No matter what, it was best for the stone door to be closed. Otherwise, with the door open, that smell of burnt flesh would quickly draw people's attention. There should be clothes within this room. Linley glanced down at his underwear. Clearly, he couldn't walk out just in his ruined underwear like this. That would definitely arouse suspicion. Linley immediately went to another room on the side, opening up a dresser. The dresser was filled with sets of clothes. Linley selected a set of black clothes, rather similar to the outfit he had worn to the engagement ceremony. Putting the clothes on, Linley then once more used his wind-style spells to blow away the nearby specks of blood as well as that foul odor of burning flesh. Best to go back early. Can't let anyone notice anything. Moving at high speed, Linley leapt straight through the courtyard, arriving at the front courtyard in a matter of minutes. At this point in time, there were still a few nobles remaining, engaging in idle conversation. "Oh, Lord Linley. You haven't left yet." Count Juno was heading out as well. Seeing Linley not too far away, he warmly greeted Linley. Linley smiled. "Right. Just then, my stomach felt a bit queasy, so I went to the privy." Count Juno walked out shoulder to shoulder with Linley. "Lord Linley, I must say that I am a big fan of your sculptures. I was the one who bought your very first 3 sculptures that you exhibited at the main hall of the Perilous Gallery," Count Juno said proudly to Linley. The thing which Count Juno was proudest was most likely the fact that he had been the one to purchase the first 3 sculptures which Linley had put on display. Those 3 sculptures of Linley's, just judging from the outside, was perhaps only worth 6 or 7,000 gold coins. However, Linley's status was now very different. He was the master sculptor who had carved Awakening from the Dream. In terms of status, he wasn't too much off from the levels of Perilous and Hope Jensen. How could the price of the very first 3 sculptures a person such like this exhibited be low? Based on his calculations and the implicit value, these 3 sculptures which Count Juno had collected were most likely each worth at least 100,000 gold coins. This was perhaps the collection which Count Juno was the most delighted over, ever. Count Juno had decided that these 3 items needed to be kept in his collection. He believed, as Linley's future accomplishments became greater and greater, the value of these 3 sculptures would rise as well. "Lord Linley. Have a safe trip," the housekeeper for the Debs clan said respectfully at the gate for the Debs clan's manor. Linley nodded. Bidding farewell to Count Juno, he entered his own carriage. "Go back." Linley gave a calm command upon entering the carriage. "Yes, milord." The radiant church warrior of the 7th rank who served as a driver bowed in acknowledgement, then immediately began driving the carriage towards Linley's manor. "I probably spent around 15 minutes or so with Patterson." Linley took out his pocket watch and took a glance. This was one of the gifts that the many well-wishers of his had sent him upon him being conferred the rank of Marquis. 15 minutes or so. Count Juno and the rest were amongst the last pack of guests to leave. If they don't investigate extremely carefully, it shouldn't be possible for them to suspect me, Linley said to himself. The other problem is, Patterson said that his housekeeper knew that he was going to meet with someone, but not exactly who. Linley frowned. But I can't totally trust his words. Perhaps his housekeeper did in fact know he was going to meet me, but Patterson wanted me to relax and trust him and thus claimed no one else knew. Linley had considered this possibility. Patterson's housekeeper. This definitely was a flaw. What's more, if there really was an investigation, people might discover that Linley had disappeared for 15 minutes at the end. But during that period of time, all the nobles were engaged in casual conversation and were leaving haphazardly. It would most likely be extremely difficult to clearly investigate a single person, given those circumstances. At least no one personally witnessed my meeting with Patterson. The one attendant who did see was killed by Patterson, Linley said to himself. At most, others might suspect him. But there was no actionable evidence against him. Boss,
What are you thinking about? Bibi was lying on Linley's legs. Raising his little head, he looked at Linley. Nothing. Linley rubbed Bibi's little head, having totally calmed down. "Milord, we have arrived." Linley pushed open the carriage curtains, then raised his head and stared up at the boundless sky. Right now, the night sky was filled with stars. Linley couldn't help but feel a carefree joy in his heart, while at the same time, his resolve to kill Clady grew still more firm. Patterson died today. Next one up is Clady. Patterson had disappeared for a day or two. Aside from Patterson's housekeeper, no one noticed that something was amiss. Within the Debs clan's manor, there was only Bernard and a jade-haired middle-aged person. "Bernard, on the night of Kaelin's engagement, did the Lord Duke depart from your manor?" the jade-haired middle-aged man asked. This man was Duke Patterson's housekeeper, named Lodi Lode. Bernard was forced to hold in his aggrieved feelings and refrain from saying, "Your Duke disappeared, and you are asking me about it?" That night, Patterson hadn't even told Bernard whom he was going to meet, nor did he say a word when he left. How would he, Bernard, know anything? "The Lord Duke left. The Lord Duke is not in my manor," Bernard replied directly. The very day after the engagement ceremony, Bernard had sent someone over to dispose of the servant's corpse. His servants didn't find any trace of Patterson within that small building. "Oh." Lodi frowned, then stared at Bernard. "Bernard, if you find any trace of my Duke, you must let me know immediately. This affair might be minor, or it might be major. If it becomes a major affair, even the smuggling affairs of your Debs clan might come to light." Bernard's face changed. "All right, I'll go back now." Lodi left with a heavy mind. Seeing Lodi's departing back, Bernard felt somewhat unsettled, and made the decision to immediately go visit that building which Patterson had used. Within that secretive building inside the Debs clan's estate, Bernard had entered alone. The corpse of that dead servant had long since been removed and disposed of by the people Bernard had sent. Looking at the building, Bernard frowned. Duke Patterson said he was going to meet with a guest, but in the end, he didn't return home. Could it be? Bernard suddenly thought of one possibility. Very few people even in the Debs clan knew about the secret underground room. Naturally, those people he had sent to dispose of the corpse wouldn't know either, nor would they go investigate. But Bernard had told Duke Patterson of the secret underground room. He had also told the Duke that there was definitely no one who could eavesdrop on any conversations within. Impossible. There's no way something like that could have happened. Bernard hurriedly ran into the main hall, then directly went to the mechanism and activated it. Rumble, rumble. That wall-like stone door slowly opened, while at the same time, a foul, bloody odor that smelled like burnt flesh wafted out. The look on Bernard's face grew ugly. Hurriedly walking into the secret room, he saw that on the granite floor, there were still traces of blood and scratches. To the side, there was a pile of charred human bones as well as ashes. Someone died here. Bernard was absolutely certain. And then, the person who died had been burned to ashes. But there was no way for Bernard to tell who it was for certain. Ring. Bernard suddenly saw within the pile of ashes a dirty, grayish-silver ring. Upon seeing the ring, Bernard felt that it looked extremely similar to the ring which Duke Patterson liked to wear. Instantly, all the blood fled from Bernard's face. Patterson is most likely dead. Bernard's thoughts were a chaotic mess. The Debs clan had spent over half of their capital and a large amount of manpower in order to carry out this water jade smuggling operation with Duke Patterson's help. This was an extremely important business operation for the Debs clan. But if the smuggling became exposed, it wouldn't just be a problem of losing money. Most likely, the entire Debs clan would be exterminated by the furious King Clady. The entire Debs clan was quite possibly finished. No, not possible. Duke Patterson was a warrior of the 7th rank.
How could he die so easily? Given his careful personality, there is no way that he would meet in private with someone who was more powerful than him. Bernard couldn't accept what he was seeing. It was true. Patterson was an extremely cautious man. Sadly, Patterson didn't have an accurate understanding of Linley's power. The entire city of Fenley was peaceful. Linley continued to train quietly at his manor every day. But then, after Duke Patterson had disappeared for half a month, the previously calm and sedate King Clady finally began to issue orders. The first step was to capture the Duke's housekeeper, Lodi. The next was to investigate the Duke's whereabouts on a wide scale. Within the main hall of Linley's manor, Lord Linley, per His Majesty's decree, he would like Lord Linley to pay a visit to the palace. Staring at the royal decree brought by the palace attendant, Linley felt a bit unsettled. Why was King Clady summoning him? Please wait a moment. Allow me to change my clothes, and I'll head to the palace immediately afterwards. Linley smiled as he replied. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 13, Secrets Exposed. The night was pitch dark. The sound of the carriage could be heard on the quiet road leading to the palace. Linley was sitting alone in the carriage, with Bibi on his legs. Next to the carriage, there were over 10 knights on fine stallions, and leading them was the palace servant who had come. Within the carriage, Linley was frowning as he considered. It's quite late already. But King Clady suddenly summoned me to his palace. What is this about? As the saying goes, only those who were blameless would always be relaxed. Linley had just killed Patterson, and now he was very much aware that in the past, it was Clady who had instructed Patterson to send people to abduct his mother. In other words, there was a deep enmity between him and Clady. Naturally, Linley was very careful around Clady. I heard 2 days ago, Clady seized the housekeeper of the Duke's manor, and has begun a wide-scale investigation of Patterson's affairs. Patterson said that he hadn't told anyone about his meeting with me. But can I trust those words? Linley felt uncertain. Perhaps that housekeeper already knew about Patterson and Linley's meeting. If that Duke's housekeeper informed King Clady of the meeting, then naturally, Linley would be at the precipice of danger. Linley, don't worry. Doering Coward's voice rang out in Linley's mind, reassuring him. Linley, even if that Duke Patterson told his housekeeper that he was meeting with you, you would still be fine. Fine. Linley looked questioningly at Doering Coward. Doering Coward nodded confidently. Naturally. Even if Clady guessed that you killed Patterson, he still won't openly address it? Because, Clady doesn't know the reason why you killed Patterson. Doering Coward's face was filled with confidence. Linley was startled. Even if Clady didn't know why he killed Patterson, he still would know Linley was the killer, right? It's simple. Judging from the conversation you had with Patterson in that underground room, his relationship with Clady wasn't very good. While he was the Minister of Finance, Patterson engaged in widespread corruption. In his heart, Clady probably didn't feel much affection for Patterson. What's more, Clady doesn't know that there is enmity between the two of you. Thus, he won't act against you without cause. Because if he wishes to punish you, or to kill you, he would have to first get permission from the Radiant Church. His eyes gleaming, Doering Coward looked at Linley. HRMPH, can that Clady really be considered a king? The Radiant Church has the authority to depose him from his rule. But you are someone whom the Radiant Church values highly. Would he dare to casually act against you? Doering Coward consoled Linley. Linley nodded. He understood this logic. However, Linley truly did not wish for Clady to be on his guard against him. If Clady became wary of Linley, how would Linley investigate his mother's whereabouts or take revenge on behalf of his mother? Open the door. It's me. The palace attendant shouted in a shrill voice. Hearing this, Linley immediately knew that they had already reached the palace gates. Like a giant beast, the gates squatted there, hulking. In just a half-hour's time, countless carriages had entered and left the palace. One of those carriages was Linley's. Another belonged to Bernard. And still others were carrying other nobles. Within the business discussion hall of the palace, aside from the 2 guards standing at the door to the hall, everyone else present in the hall were nobles of high rank. In total, there were 8 people present. These were Bernard, leader of the Debs clan; the prime court magus, Linley; the left premier, Duke Bonault; the inspector general, Hampton Hon Pu Dun. "Linley, you came." Bernard greeted him warmly. All of the nobles already present instantly greeted him as well. Seeing all of these nobles, Linley couldn't help but suddenly feel calm. It seemed that he had not been specially summoned after all. "Milords, I wonder if any of you know why His Majesty has summoned us?" Linley immediately asked. Duke Bonault, as the left premier, knew a great deal of information. "Most likely, this summons is related to the disappearance of Duke Patterson." Duke Bonault replied with a warm laugh. Bernard, off to the side, immediately asked, "Lord Duke, what does Duke Patterson's disappearance have to do with me? I don't have any important responsibilities at court. Today, His Majesty isn't summoning his entire court, merely investigating a matter. Otherwise, why would I be here, but not the right premier, and only a single inspector general?" Duke Bonault saw things quite clearly. Bernard nodded. But Bernard still felt very uneasy. Ever since Patterson had disappeared, Bernard had been filled with unease. He feared that the involvement between his Debs clan and Duke Patterson in the water jade smuggling operation would be brought to light. If this affair was revealed, then the Debs clan would really be finished. "His Majesty has arrived." Suddenly, the shrill voice of the palace attendant sounded out. From a side door to the hall, Clady walked in, heading directly for a seat in front and sitting down, 2 palace attendants respectfully at his side. "All hail His Majesty." All of the nobles present bowed and chanted. Clady glanced at the nobles. He calmly nodded, then said, "It's quite late at night already. I originally didn't wish to disturb all of you, but this issue regarding the disappearance of my second brother, Patterson, is too important. I was forced to summon all of you to come here. Might I ask, Your Majesty, what Duke Patterson's disappearance has to do with your summons for us?" Linley immediately asked. Of the 8 people present before Clady, perhaps only Linley would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Because while everyone else present was subordinate to Clady, in reality, Linley was the subordinate of the Radiant Church, and was only a servant of the Kingdom of Fenley in name. "Linley, I just wish to clearly investigate this affair." Clady smiled, and then said in a loud voice, "Bring out the Duke's housekeeper, Lodi." "Lodi? The Duke's housekeeper?" Both Linley and the Deb clan's leader Bernard felt their hearts start to pound. The entire meeting hall was silent. Everyone quietly awaited Lodi being brought forward to testify. Linley still stood there, with the shadow mouse BB on his shoulders. After a short while, under escort by palace guards, a middle-aged man with jade-like hair walked in. This man looked very fragile, with mussed hair and a bewildered look on his face. Bernard recognized this man at a single glance. This man in front of him was indeed Lodi, the housekeeper for Duke Patterson. "Lodi, explain everything in detail." Clady shouted towards Lodi. Lodi clearly had already explained once to Clady already. This explanation clearly was for the benefit of Linley and the others. Lodi said very honestly, "Your Majesty, on June 18, when the Debs clan held that engagement ceremony, the Lord Duke also went to attend. But after the ceremony, the Lord Duke never came back." "Lodi, stand to one side." Clady said coldly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lodi clearly was terrified. He hurriedly scurried off into a corner. Clady swept the 8 nobles with his gaze. Based on the information from my investigations, the night of the engagement ceremony at the Debs clan, you all were amongst the last to leave. What I want to ask is, did any of you encounter Duke Patterson? Clady's question was very simple. Right after the banquet, Patterson departed. The left premier, Lord Bonault, said in a loud voice. Linley nodded as well. I, too, saw Patterson departing quite early. The others either said they didn't see him, or that Patterson left very early. Hearing everyone speak, Clady smiled and nodded, and then turned to Lodi again. Lodi, continue. Yes. Lodi continued. That night, before going to the Debs Manor, Duke Patterson told me that he was going to be meeting with an extremely important person, but to the importance of the discussion topic, nobody could know about it. Thus, he ordered me to arrange for a double to impersonate him and leave the manor. In truth, the Lord Duke would remain within the manor. The Lord Duke also said that the Debs clan would arrange for a safe, secret place for his meeting. Lodi added. Upon hearing these words, Bernard Debs' face immediately turned white. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Bernard hurriedly said, this has nothing to do with me. The Lord Duke told me he wanted to meet with someone, so I arranged a meeting room for them. I couldn't refuse him. Bernard. Don't be hasty. I won't wrongly blame someone. Clady smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bernard quickly stepped back, but his face was still pale. Clady turned to look at Linley and the others. If Patterson was going to meet with someone, the person he was going to meet with should have some status. Who would that person be? I think, it must have been one of the last guests to leave. Linley's heart trembled. Duke Bonault, Count Juno, Marquis Hampton, and the others all stared at Clady in astonishment. By now, they could guess why the king had called them here. His Majesty was suspicious of them. Your Majesty, I definitely did not meet with him. Count Juno, Marquis Hampton, and the others hurriedly said. Clady smiled. I only have my suspicions. If none of you did anything to be guilty of, why be so nervous? Look, Linley's the calmest one here. Linley smiled but didn't make a sound. Clady glanced at this group of people, laughing coldly in his heart. I couldn't give a damn about who made Patterson disappear. In fact, I'd rather thank that person for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to eradicate all the secret connections Patterson has built up. As the longtime Minister of Finance, Patterson had erected an enormous, dense web of connections. His influence was extremely large. Clady didn't dare to casually investigate Patterson either, as he didn't want to cause too many problems in the kingdom. This was also the reason why the Debs clan had decided to work alongside Patterson. But now, Patterson had disappeared. The group of dragons no longer had a leader. Acting as fast as lightning, Clady used various ruthless techniques to quickly clip off Patterson's wings and shatter the web of influence which Patterson had spent so long building up. Without Patterson's guidance, those collaborators of his naturally would be in for a terrible time if they resisted. There was no way they could resist the pressure exerted by King Clady. Clady looked at Linley and the others. Laughing, he said, the disappearance of my second brother, Patterson, is something I must look into. But what surprised me was, I ended up discovering quite a few things. Lodi, in particular, spilled many secrets. Linley couldn't help but look at Lodi. Lodi, tell them. Clady smiled at Lodi. Right now, Clady was feeling extremely satisfied. The death of a brother, to Clady, was no big deal at all. More importantly, all of the power within the kingdom of Fenley finally rested with him again. Lodi respectfully said, Your Majesty, that day, when Duke Patterson attended the engagement ceremony at the Debs clan, the reason he needed to meet with that mysterious person was that he wanted to start a relationship with the Dawson conglomerate. Thus, the person he went to see absolutely has to have some sort of connection to the Dawson conglomerate.
The Dawson conglomerate. Linley felt his heart shudder violently. Does everyone want to know why it was that my second brother wished to start a relationship with the Dawson conglomerate? Clady laughed as he looked at the people present. Lodi, continue. Yes. Lodi clearly had been totally cowed by Clady, saying whatever he was told to. Over these years, Duke Patterson had betrayed his country in many ways for his own profit and for his own selfish motives. In these past few months in particular, he initiated a large-scale water jade smuggling program with the Debs clan. In the entire history of our kingdom, this is the largest water jade program that has ever existed. Smash. The leader of the Debs clan, Bernard, immediately knelt down, his knees smashing into the ground. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I am being framed. Our Debs clan has always operated our businesses in an open, above-board manner. We've never acted in a way which was against the best interests of the kingdom. Our Debs clan is being framed." Framed. Clady flicked a cold glance at Bernard. "Bring in the Lancer brothers." Upon hearing the words Lancer brothers, the face of Bernard, clan leader of the Debs clan, lost all blood. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 14, Imprisoned. For the sake of this water jade smuggling operation, the Debs clan had paid a very high price. Bernard ordered his third brother to be responsible for this affair, and the Lancer brothers were his third brother's right and left-hand men. Standing in the middle of the meeting hall, Linley remained calm. The Shadow Mouse, BB, also quietly stood on Linley's shoulders. The man and the magical beast both just stood there as though nothing were happening, quietly watching it all. Even though he saw the begging look Bernard had trained on him, Linley didn't react in the slightest. After a while, the sound of heavy chains could be heard. Two golden-haired men in shackles entered the meeting hall, under escort from the palace guards. These two men were shackled by the feet and by the hands as well. Just judging from the thickness of those leg irons, the shackles must have been 100 or 200 pounds heavy. Such heavy shackles were used expressly for collaring those warriors with powerful strength. Milord clan leader. Upon entering the discussion hall and seeing Bernard who was kneeling on the ground, strange smiles appeared on their faces. They actually called out to Bernard respectfully. Standing to the side, Linley understood. Most likely these Lancer brothers were two of the major leaders in the smuggling operation who most likely had some secret connection with the Debs clan. The Debs clan is going to be in trouble now. Linley just quietly watched. Seeing those two shackled golden-haired men, Bernard reacted with confusion. Lancer and Langmuir, why have the two of you been imprisoned by His Majesty? Didn't I give the two of you a 100,000 gold coins a few months ago and tell you to go enjoy life? Those two golden-haired men were briefly startled, then they laughed. Milord clan leader, are you jesting? Lancer laughed. Next to him, Langmuir snickered as well. What, Lord clan leader, do you still think that you can lie and hide? Forget it. You might as well admit your guilt. A look of rage appeared on Bernard's face. He suddenly rose to his feet, staring angrily at Lancer and Langmuir. Lancer, Langmuir, my Debs clan has raised you and cultivated you since you were little. The two of you should know very well how I have treated you. It's true, you have treated us brothers very well. But the two of us have also risked our lives for the Debs clan for many years now. The elder brother, Lancer, said coldly. Bernard's rage grew. With a trembling hand, he pointed at the Lancer brothers. The two of you truly forget favors and violate justice. True, you two have worked on behalf of the Debs clan for many years now, but all these years, you have been acting corruptly so as to gain money that belonged to the clan. After that event half a year ago, considering that the two of you had worked for us for so long, I spared your lives and even gave you a 100,000 gold coins and told you to go home and enjoy your lives. But you, not only are you not grateful, you've now participated in smuggling?
And after getting caught, you sully the Debs clan. Lancer and Langmuir were totally caught off guard, and they stared at Bernard in bewilderment. We were corrupt? You gave us 100,000 gold coins. Lancer and Langmuir were totally flabbergasted. Bernard's rage exploding, he suddenly turned and knelt before Clady. His tears cascading onto the ground, he said, "Your Majesty, these two are nothing more than a pair of insatiable wolves. When they were young, I saw that they were two pitiable orphans and so I took them in, and later gave them important positions. But they only acted to shovel my clan's wealth into their own pockets. Despite that, considering the many years of affection between us, I spared their lives and even gave them 100,000 gold coins. This can be considered to be extremely benevolent and merciful of me. But now they actually come here to sully and frame my Debs clan. They want to destroy the Debs clan. How vicious! Your Majesty, my heart is broken. My heart is broken." Seeing the miserable cries of Bernard, many of the nobles in the meeting hall did indeed begin to wonder if Lancer and Langmuir really were framing the Debs clan. Bernard, you, Lancer and Langmuir were so enraged that their faces turned red, but they weren't able to say a single word. How much had these two brothers sacrificed for the Debs clan? They were even willing to engage in smuggling for the clan, precisely because the two of them didn't fear death. If it weren't for the fact that this time, the offer from King Clady was simply too enticing, they wouldn't have betrayed the Debs clan. But everything which Bernard was saying now was false. Oh! There's an event such as this. Clady glanced at Bernard. Clady could sense that Bernard had come prepared, as otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly come up with all these lies. If he were to investigate, most likely he wouldn't be able to find any flaws. HRMPH. It's a pity that third brother of Bernard's leapt into the river. We weren't even able to find his corpse. Otherwise, with his third brother in front of him, Bernard would have nothing to say. Clady was furious. Smuggling water jade. Water jade mines were part of the national wealth of the kingdom. Which was to say, it was part of Clady's wealth. Illegally mining and smuggling water jade meant stealing from him, Clady. Naturally, Clady would feel furious. But that third brother of Bernard's had leapt into the river to commit suicide, while Bernard had seemingly been prepared for Lancer and Langmuir's betrayal. Bernard, I won't unjustly accuse an innocent man. Clady said solemnly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bernard's face was covered with tears. But Clady announced coldly, however, I also won't forgive a person who has betrayed the interests of his kingdom. Based on the intelligence that I have, it seems that the person responsible for this smuggling operating was your third brother. My third brother? Bernard stared questioningly at Clady. Clady stared coldly at Bernard. What, do you have something to say? A wounded look on his face, Bernard said, Of course I do. Your Majesty, I really don't know why you said what you just said, but over a year ago, my third brother left the kingdom of Fenley and began on a training excursion tour to various other countries. Just a few days ago, he sent a letter back to us. Clady's gaze grew colder. His men had personally reported that when they were in the process of apprehending Bernard's third brother that the man, being heavily wounded, had elected to throw himself into the river. They couldn't find any trace of him. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You must deliver justice. Bernard cast a furious glare at Lancer and Langmuir. You simply cannot believe the lies of these two despicable men and cast aspersions on the heart of a clan which is loyal to the kingdom. Bernard, you. The furious and anxious Lancer brothers didn't know what to say. Clady suddenly rose to his feet, staring coldly at Bernard. I've already said that I will not unjustly accuse an innocent man, nor forgive a man who has betrayed the interests of his kingdom. Based on the evidence I have at hand, there is at least a suspicion that your Debs clan has betrayed the kingdom.
Guards. Bernard's face instantly changed. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I am loyal and faithful to the kingdom. 2 palace guards rushed into the meeting hall. Bernard. Clady smiled at Bernard. Bernard raised his head, looking beseechingly at Clady, as though he were a child looking at his parents. Whether or not your clan is loyal is a question that will only be settled by evidence. I will give you a chance. I will not exterminate your clan right away. In his heart, Bernard let out a sigh of relief. What he feared the most was that the Debs clan would instantly be exterminated. Fortunately, I found those ashes and those remains within the secret room. It gave me the chance to prepare. Ever since that day, Bernard had been preparing. He had in fact made multiple levels of preparations. Guards, deliver Bernard as well as the successor to the Debs clan to the Blackwater jails. As for this case involving the smuggling operations of the Debs clan, let the right Premier Merit Malite investigate. Clady ordered. Immediately, those 2 guards took Bernard away. Your Majesty. I believe in your Majesty's wisdom. Bernard called to Clady, even while being dragged away. That night, the Greenleaf Road became a very energetic place. Hoofsteps and shouts unabated. Hundreds of knights directly surrounded the Debs clan's manor, terrifying all of the members of the Debs clan present. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know what place this is? Kaelin's second granduncle, the second uncle of Bernard, immediately shouted at those palace guards. The leader of the knights said coldly, do you dare to go against the dictates of His Majesty? But this second granduncle only raised his head proudly. The orders of His Majesty? Who knows if you are falsely claiming that you have an order from His Majesty? Speak. What do you want? Second granduncle, what's going on outside? By now, many of the members of the Debs clan had rushed over. Even Alice and Rowling had gotten dressed and rushed over. In the Yulon continent, after the engagement ceremony, the fiancé normally would begin to live with the fiancé. But generally speaking, only after the marriage ceremony would the 2 of them enter their bridal chambers. Naturally, there were cases of people sharing a bedroom prior to the wedding as well, as long as both were willing. Big sister Alice, what's going on outside? Rowling was holding onto Alice's hands. Alice was bewildered as well. I'm not sure. The hundreds of people within the Debs clan's manor all streamed out, and most of them seemed bewildered. Only the core members of the clan who knew the truth about the smuggling operations began to feel frightened. This smuggling operation of the Debs clan was an extremely large-scale one. Just to carry out the operation, they had used several tens of millions of gold coins. If they were successful, the profits would be several 100 million gold coins. What the Debs clan's elders' thoughts were, once would be enough. But it seemed this one operation had proved problematic. Big brother Kaelin, what's going on? Rowling asked Kaelin as well. Kaelin shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The squad of palace knights had assembled outside the manor. Their leader, the knight captain, upon seeing so many members of the Debs clan present, withdrew the tablet of command from his clothes, shouting in a bright voice, His Majesty orders that, as the Debs clan is under suspicion of engaging in the smuggling of water jade, the leader of the Debs clan as well as his successor are to be immediately jailed within the Blackwater jails. Instantly, the faces of every member of the Debs clan changed. The faces of those core members of the Debs clan turned even more ashen, even paler. But Alice, Rowling, and those other members of the clan only felt astounded and bewildered. Several guards stepped forward and grabbed Kaelin. Take him away. The leader of the knights shouted. At this moment, Kaelin felt as though his limbs had gone soft. He allowed those guards to march him towards the gate. But once he reached the gate, he suddenly woke up and, turning his head, frantically called out, Second granduncle, Alice, you two have to save me, have to save me.
Allowing Kalen to shout as much as he wanted, those palace guards emotionlessly escorted him off towards the jails. Alice, Rolling, and the other members of the Debs clan could only watch as Kalen was taken away, unable to help. Their clan was powerful, true, but how could they resist against the king? By the next morning, the news that the Debs clan was suspected of having engaged in water jade smuggling had spread across the entire noble circle of Fenley City. Many of the nobles of Fenley were paying special attention to this matter. What's more, this case was being personally handled by the right premier of the Kingdom of Fenley, Duke Merritt. Within Duke Merritt's manor, Lord Duke Merritt was already over 70 years old, but as a fairly powerful warrior, he looked as though he were only in his middle years. His short golden hair was slick and gleamed. Right now, Duke Merritt was seated on a chair. He casually flicked a glance at his visitor from the Debs clan, the second grand-uncle of Kalen, Nimitz Nimsi. Lord Merritt, our clan has definitely been unjustly accused. I hope, Lord, that you will be just to our clan. As he spoke, Nimitz pulled out a book from his side. Lord Merritt, I know that you love to collect holy scripts. This holy script was issued by the Radiant Church over 3,000 years ago. It's a rather rare one. Oh, a holy script. Merritt casually accepted it, but while flipping through it, Merritt suddenly noticed that stuck within the pages, there was a flat card. A flat card produced by the Golden Bank of the Four Empires. A Magi crystal card. A hint of a smile appeared on Merritt's face. Nimitz was carefully observing Merritt's reactions. Merritt closed the holy script, putting it to the side, then smiled. Nimitz, you should know that aside from holy scripts, I'm also a big fan of sculptures. A while ago, when I saw that awakening from the dream, I liked it very much. During your clan's engagement ceremony, I saw that Alice. Oh, she looked so very similar to that person in the sculpture. I wonder, if it would be possible for me to have a private chat with Alice. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 15, To Be Wronged. Have a private chat with Alice? Whether or not the Debs clan had engaged in the smuggling of water jade, what use would a private chat with Alice be to make that determination? Clearly, this Merritt had other designs. Nimitz was a person with significant worldly experience. Naturally, he knew exactly what was going on. Nimitz's eyes narrowed as he stared at Merritt. But Merritt only casually reclined on his chair, even closing his eyes as he relaxed himself. He didn't even look at Nimitz. Merritt's attitude spoke for itself. If you want your family's grievance to be washed clean, then have Alice come talk to me about it. Nimitz was quiet for a moment, then laughed. So Lord Merritt is a fan of Master Linley's awakening from the dream. It is understandable if you want to have a chat with Alice. Fine, I'll go back and speak with her. Upon hearing these words, Merritt opened his eyes, smiling at Nimitz. Haha, then Nimitz, you can go back now. If Alice is willing to have a good chat with me, I think I will have a better understanding of your Debs clan. Nimitz immediately stood up, bowing modestly. Then Lord Merritt, I take my leave. I entrust the affairs of our Debs clan with you. Merritt nodded slightly. Nimitz immediately departed, leaving behind Duke Merritt, alone in that living room. Toying with his wine cup, Merritt mumbled in a low voice, My goddess, Alice. There was a look of satisfaction and anticipation on his face. As the right premier of the Kingdom of Fenley, and as a duke, Merritt had an extremely exalted status. The number of people with a higher status than him in the Kingdom of Fenley could be counted on one hand. A person like him had experienced virtually any sort of woman he wished. Merritt really was a lecher, despite being in his 70s. Warriors of his level could live to be over 300. Right now, he was only in his 70s and in the prime of his life. Merritt publicly had 12 wives to his name, but there was a common viewpoint amongst nobles. One's own wives at home weren't as interesting as having lovers outside,
but having lovers outside weren't as interesting as those you couldn't get. Those whom you couldn't get were the best of all. But given Merit's status, there were very few women he was unable to get. At the same time, there were very few women who could truly move him. But Alice was definitely one. Ever since that sculpture, awakening from the dream, had become famous, in the hearts of many, the woman of the sculpture had become an untouchable, lofty goddess. For someone of Merit's stature, naturally he would deeply desire to get a goddess like Alice beneath his thighs. But this was really too difficult. But now, an opportunity had come. Alice, the goddess. Merit was unable to repress his smile. Turning his head up, he drained all of the red wine from his glass. Sitting within his carriage on the way home, Nimitz was frowning deeply. Alice was Kalen's fiancée. If he were to ask Alice to meet privately with Merit, then he definitely would be essentially pushing Alice into a disaster. In the future, when faced with Kalen's questioning, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if word of this were to spread, the impact it would have on the Debs clan's standing would be tremendous. Ugh. If the clan is finished, then what will its reputation matter? Nimitz shook his head, sighing. Right now, the Debs clan had reached a critical juncture. If the Debs clan was found to have been guilty of smuggling, then the entire clan would be exterminated, and all of its possessions would be taken by the king of Fenley. Although the Debs clan had left behind some roots outside the kingdom, preventing it from being totally wiped out, almost all of its possessions were in the kingdom of Fenley. If it was all lost, who knew how many years it would be before the Debs clan would return to its former glory? Compared to the clan's future, a little bit of mockery and humiliation wasn't a big deal. After all, since when did the circle of nobles lack for embarrassing stories? But this has to be of Alice's own free will. Nimitz was a bit worried. I can't forcibly deliver her to the right premier's manor, after all. Nimitz didn't care at all about Alice's purity. She was just a woman, after all. But Nimitz knew. This Alice has a special relationship with Linley. If I were to force her, and then Linley found out, just thinking about it made Nimitz frightened. Linley had a very special status within the kingdom of Fenley. Although he had the rank of Marquis, in actuality, Linley belonged to the Radiant Church. In the past, when Clady had invited Linley to join the ranks of the nobles in the kingdom of Fenley, he had even said that between the two of them, there was no need to observe the normal protocols between king and subject. Clearly, Clady desired to pull Linley closer to him. And all of the nobles of the kingdom of Fenley knew that if Linley were willing, he could probably easily become a vicar of the Radiant Church. In a few dozen years, it would be quite natural for Linley to become a cardinal. The status of a cardinal was even higher than that of the king. Can't force her. Nimitz felt a headache coming. He was worried that Alice would refuse. He pondered things from Linley's point of view. Alice was, after all, previously Linley's first love. If he, Nimitz, were to force Alice to meet Merit, and she were to lose her chastity, how could Linley not explode with rage? Within the Debs clan's manor, the clan hall was filled with many members of the Debs clan. Alice and Rowling were there as well. All of them were awaiting the return of Nimitz. They were all worrying about the future of the Debs clan. Second uncle is back. Second uncle is back. A middle-aged man standing in the doorway saw Nimitz and began to call out. Instantly, all of the members of the Debs clan rushed out towards Nimitz en masse. Alice and Rowling exchanged glances, then rose and went to welcome him as well. Second uncle, what's the situation? Nimitz looked at the group of people in front of him. Squeezing out a smile, he said, the situation isn't too bad yet. Everyone, go back to your residences. Alice, stay. I need to talk to you. Within the clan, Nimitz had a great deal of authority. Hearing his words, everyone departed. Alice was somewhat confused as to what Nimitz wanted to talk to her about. Big sister Alice, I'll go back to my room now. Rolling waved towards Alice and said in a quiet voice. A short period of time later, the person left in the hall was Alice. Nimitz stepped into the hall. Second granduncle, what's wrong? Alice stuttered. Nimitz looked at Alice. Suddenly, he smiled warmly towards her. Alice, don't be nervous. Sit down first. Let's have a good talk. As he spoke, Nimitz sat down as well. Why was Nimitz, who previously was so stern to her, who seemed to always look down on her, being so warm to her now? Alice couldn't help but feel suspicious. Come, sit. Nimitz's smile was so kind, so warm. Alice nervously sat down. Nimitz let out a long breath. Worry appeared between his brows. Alice, we didn't expect that this would happen so soon after you and Kalen got engaged. I don't know who is secretly framing our Debs clan. If I did, I would kill him. A baleful aura appeared on Nimitz's face. But then it transformed into a look of helplessness. But right now, the most important thing is to cleanse the stain from our name, and rescue Kalen and Bernard. Alice nodded. But in her heart, Alice was suspicious. Why is second granduncle saying these things to me? Staring at Alice, Nimitz said with sincerity, Alice, there is something I must beg of you. Beg me. Alice was so startled, she rose to her feet. Such as Nimitz's standing within the clan that even the clan leader would be respectful to him. But now, Nimitz was saying that he had to beg her to do something. How could Alice not be shocked? Alice, Lord Merritt is in charge of investigating this allegation that the Debs clan was engaged in the smuggling of water jade. Lord Merritt is very intrigued by you and wants to meet with you privately. Nimitz said urgently to her, Alice, this is a rare, wonderful opportunity to improve our relationship with him. Only by managing to have a good relationship with Lord Merritt would you be able to help our clan. Alice, you grew up alongside Kalen. You don't want to see him in jail either, right? Alice was stunned. A private meeting? Alice was someone who had lived in a noble clan as well, and knew all too well about the shameful things which occurred amongst the nobility. She instantly could guess that this meeting with Lord Merritt would be more than a simple meeting. Alice stuttered. Nimitz begged, Alice, our entire Debs clan is relying on you. I can even guarantee that so long as you can pull Lord Merritt to our side, you will be Kalen's principal wife. Alice felt as though her mind was in shambles. Alice was still pure and chaste of body. She had refused to cross that last barrier with both Linley and Kalen. Even after getting engaged to Kalen, Alice still insisted on being married before she would enter the bridal bed with him. But now she had to go deal with Lord Merritt. Alice, I'm begging you. Nimitz gritted his teeth, leaving his chair and falling to his knees before her. Alice, Kalen's life is in your hands. Kalen's life. Alice trembled. Kalen had grown up alongside her. In recent days, in the face of ridicule and scorn from the other members of the Debs clan, it had been Kalen who protected her. All right. I agree. Alice gritted her teeth. A look of surprised joy appeared on Nimitz's face, then he hurriedly said, Wonderful. How about this? Tomorrow at dusk, I'll arrange for you to be brought to Lord Merritt's manor. But right now, Alice's face was extremely pale. She didn't respond at all. That next evening, escorted by 12 knights, a carriage departed from the Debs clan's manor, slowly rolling towards the manor of Lord Merritt. Within the carriage was only one person. Alice. Alice quietly sat within the carriage, chewing on her lips. Her nervous hands were tightly gripping her dress. The carriage continued to roll forward. Quite soon, it arrived at the main gate to Lord Merritt's manor. Miss Alice, we're here. The voice of the carriage driver rang out from outside. Hearing his words, Alice's heart trembled. Her right hand drifted down to her waist.
The firmness of the steel dagger by her side helped to slightly calm her mind down. Taking a deep breath, Alice pushed open the carriage to the door and stepped out. Within the welcoming hall of Lord Merritt's manor. Wearing a jacket on top and a skirt beneath, Alice was dressed relatively conservatively. Step by step, Alice managed to enter the hall relatively calmly. Alice looked around her, but saw nobody there within the hall. HRM. Alice couldn't help but frown. Just at this moment, a female attendant ran over. Respectfully, she said, "Miss Alice, the Lord Duke is in his study and would like to invite you there as well." His study. Alice shuddered slightly. But under the urging gaze of the attendant, Alice still began to walk forwards with her. The study was in a very quiet, secluded area. There were very few people here. Arriving at the door to the study, Alice saw a seemingly middle-aged, golden-haired man standing in front of a study desk, staring at some papers. "This is Merritt." Seeing Merritt, Alice's first impression was that this was a very fierce person. Even when he sat down at his desk, his back was ramrod straight, and his eyes were sharp. "Lord Duke, Miss Alice has arrived," that female attendant said respectfully. Only now did Merritt raise his head. Seeing Alice, he excitedly rose to his feet. "Ha ha, Miss Alice, you came? I've waited for quite a long time. Come, Miss Alice, please sit." As he spoke, he left his seat and walked towards Alice. Alice stepped into the study. Alice looked around her. Towards the right side of the study, there were many bookshelves, covered with countless books. On the left side of the study, there was a bed. "Often, when I'm reading or taking care of government affairs, I'll get tired and will rest there," Duke Merritt said with a smile. At the same time, he walked towards the study door and shut it. Seeing the door to the study shut, leaving behind only her and Merritt in the room, Alice grew nervous. "Lord Merritt, it's better if we leave the door to the study open. I'm not accustomed to dark environments," Alice hurriedly said. Book 6, The Road to Revenge, Chapter 16, Limits. As he closed the door to the study, Merritt heard Alice's words. He couldn't help but turn to Alice with a smile. "Miss Alice, we're going to discuss the affairs of the Debs clan. We can't discuss those openly and publicly, can we? If His Majesty were to find out, then I would be in serious trouble. You should know that I'm taking on serious risks on behalf of your Debs clan. Best we leave the door closed." Alice was stunned. In terms of wordplay, how could Alice match this Lord Merritt, who had engaged in the highest levels of court intrigue for so long? Smiling, Merritt walked past her. In front of the bookshelf, there were 2 chairs around a round table. Merritt would often chat with some of his friends here. Merritt first sat down, then looked at Alice. "Alice, you should sit." "Thank you, Lord Merritt." Alice secretly let out a sigh of relief, then sat down on the opposite chair. The thing which made Alice the most nervous in this study was that bed. "Please wait a moment." Smiling, Merritt rose to his feet, then pulled out a bottle of red wine and 2 wine cups. He poured himself and Alice a cup of wine each. "Alice, this is the Blue Rain red wine from the Yulan Empire, a 60-year-old vintage. The flavor isn't bad. Have a taste." Merritt smiled as he raised his glass to her. Alice was somewhat afraid that some sort of knockout drug had been mixed into the wine. But, under Merritt's gaze, Alice was forced to raise her own glass as well. Only, she just barely touched the wine with her lips. Merritt didn't force her. Changing the topic, he said, "Alice, you and Kalen have already become engaged. I expect you know quite a bit about the affairs of the Debs clan. Did you know they were engaged in smuggling?" "No, I didn't. I think Kalen wouldn't engage in smuggling," Alice hurriedly said. "Lord Merritt, the Debs clan is quite powerful. I think they wouldn't engage in this smuggling business." With a smile that wasn't a smile, Merritt looked at Alice. Hard to say. Ah. Merritt seemed to have seen something, and all of a sudden, he moved next to Alice, so close that his face was mere centimeters away from Alice's face. Startled, Alice hurriedly retreated. Don't move. Merritt's shouted carried a hint of a command. Born from long years of being accustomed to power, Merritt's commanding voice froze Alice in her tracks, as ill at ease as she was. Merritt carefully inspected Alice's hair, then looked down at Alice. Upon lowering his head, his face was now only a few centimeters away from Alice's. This made Alice hurriedly bend her head away from him. Seeing this, Merritt laughed, then returned to his original seat. He let out a helpless sigh. Just then, I saw a single white hair on your head, but after you moved, I couldn't see it anymore. A strand of white hair? In her heart, Alice began to grow irritated. She lived together with Rolling now, and every morning, when they were bored, they would comb each other's hair. Often, she would find some white hairs on Rolling's head. But Rolling often expressed envy towards Alice, as she could never find white hair on Alice's head. Rolling couldn't find any white hair despite combing Alice's hair every day. How could Merritt have found any? But Alice didn't dare to say this. Alice, you are still young. Don't be too upset. If you are upset, you'll age faster, and thus have white hair. Merritt said solicitously. Alice only quietly listened to him as he spoke. Merritt nudged his chair in Alice's direction, then fixed his gaze upon Alice. Alice, you are quite beautiful, you know. Your charm and aura of refinement is really quite mesmerizing to behold. Alice couldn't help but feel shy and nervous. Merritt leaned forward slightly, staring intensely at Alice. Alice. Those wives of mine, all they care about are superficial things like money and glory. They seem so vulgar, so low. But you are totally different. Truly, you are, you know. The very first time I saw you, I was stunned. I very much regret that I ended up marrying women such as them. Merritt suddenly reached out and held Alice's hand. Alice's eyes suddenly widened. Merritt continued to look at Alice. Alice, if I were to tell you that I love you from the bottom of my heart, that I am smitten with you, would you believe me? Alice hurriedly stood up, but Merritt maintained his tight grip on her hand. Lord Merritt, Lord Merritt. I'm the fiancé of Kaelin. Alice struggled, and only after 3 attempts was she able to break free from Merritt's grip. Merritt looked at Alice with a smile. As you say, you are only a fiancé, which means you aren't married yet. You totally can marry another. As for Kaelin, what does a kid like him know about having fun? As he spoke, Merritt once more moved nearer to Alice, while Alice continued to move back. But in her nervousness, Alice didn't notice in the slightest that Merritt was pressuring her into the direction of the bed. Alice. I really have fallen for you. I swear. Merritt stared soulfully at Alice. Merritt wasn't lying. Over the course of admiring the sculpture awakening from the dream, and then upon seeing Alice herself, he really did fall for Alice. But this sort of falling for was only a desire to possess. Lord Merritt. Alice was growing frantic. Suddenly, Alice's back legs collided with the bed. Knocked off balance, Alice fell backwards onto the mattress. A hint of a smile appeared on Merritt's face. He immediately threw himself on top of Alice, all but pressing his body against hers. Alice, my goddess, please satisfy the desires of this mortal who has been mesmerized by you. If you satisfy my desires, I'll satisfy yours as well and clear the unjust stains from the Debs clan. Clear the stains of the Debs clan? Staring at Merritt who was right on top of her, Alice couldn't help but suddenly think back to a night she had been with Linley at a small hotel. The two of them had entangled themselves lustfully, but at the very end, she had stopped Linley. How could she give up her chastity to this man in front of her? My goddess, come to me. Merritt's voice was very soft, as though he was trying to hypnotize her. No. No. Alice suddenly pulled the dagger from her waist and thrust it at Merritt. At the same time, the stones on the floor flew at Merritt. Alice was an Earth-style magus, after all. But Merritt himself was a powerful warrior. His reflexes were very fast, and he quickly dodged to one side while at the same time slapping the dagger out of Alice's hand. Alice instantly dodged towards the other side, running for the door. But with a flicker of his body, Merritt appeared between her and the door. With a smile that was not a smile on his face, he looked at Alice. Alice. Do you still want to resist? Based on your prowess as a magus and that little knife, you want to resist me? Lord Merritt, let me leave. By now, Alice was firm in her resolve. You no longer wish to save the Debs clan? You don't wish to save your fiancé, Kaelin? Merritt asked. Alice's eyes were determined. Gritting her teeth, she said, although I do wish to save them, this is not the way to do it. You beast. Beast. The expression on Merritt's face changed. He coldly said, originally, I wanted for the mood to be a bit more romantic, but since you refuse to cooperate, then I'll show you what a beast really looks like. Alice's face turned pale. Merritt. Don't go too far. Frightened, Alice quickly retreated, grabbing the chair next to her and smashing it at Merritt. With a single fist, Merritt easily broke the chair apart. Don't resist. This place is my manor. Merritt said with a soft laugh. Watching Merritt draw step by step closer to her, Alice gritted her teeth and said wildly, Merritt. You'd best not forget that I once was Linley's woman. These words halted Merritt in his tracks, stunning him. Alice really did not want to say these words. She knew that her actions of the past had wounded Linley very deeply, and she didn't want to have anything more to do with him. But at this point in time, she could think of no other way. Linley. Standing there without moving, Merritt frowned. Biting her lips, Alice stared at Merritt. Merritt, I can pretend that nothing at all happened today. But if you go too far, then don't blame me when I also go all out afterwards. I trust you know how influential Linley is now. Merritt looked at Alice. He really had been enchanted by Alice. But Merritt knew very well that Linley's relationship with Alice was very special. Just from looking at that sculpture, awakening from the dream, one could tell how deep Linley's affection for Alice had been. Linley's feelings towards Alice really were in the realm of true love. If Linley were to find out, Merritt's head began to hurt. Linley. Very hard to deal with. The current Linley already possessed incredible influence. Although he, Merritt, was powerful, in the end he was only the right premier of a single kingdom. To the Radiant Church, perhaps deposing one of the rulers of a kingdom was something it would do only after serious consideration, but they wouldn't even think twice before dealing with the right premier of a kingdom. All Linley had to do was to ask the Radiant Church for their assistance. Dealing with him, a right premier, wouldn't be a problem. But in the future, Linley would only be more formidable. This was one of the reasons why not a single member of the nobles of the Kingdom of Fenley had dared to plot against Linley or make attempts against Linley's life, which was why, in front of Linley, they all behaved so courteously. Alas, Merritt let out a long sigh. Alice, I really, truly, have fallen for you from the depths of my heart, so much so that I lost my sense of rationality. Merritt smiled apologetically at Alice. I apologize. I've come back to my senses now. Since you aren't willing or able to have feelings for me, of course I cannot force myself on. Lord Merritt, I'll take my leave, then. Alice quickly scurried to the door, opened it, then rushed out. Seeing Alice depart, the apologetic look dropped from Merritt's face, and his gaze grew vicious and cold. With a cold sneer, he spat out the word, bitch.
By the time Alice had returned to the Debs clan manor, it was now totally dark. Right now, all of the members of the Debs clan were in the middle of the main hall, eating dinner. Only, the atmosphere wasn't very good. The clan could be exterminated at any time, after all. Alice. You returned. Rowling suddenly saw Alice running inside. Nimitz and the others all stood up as well. As fast as that? Nimitz frowned. Alice had come back far too early, much earlier than he had expected. Alice, eat dinner with us. Rowling immediately called to her. On the walkway past the main hall, Alice glanced at the people inside and said apologetically, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back to my room and rest first. Alice's voice was very low and hoarse. Rowling felt that Alice wasn't acting normally. Let me go see how Alice is doing. Rowling smiled at everyone, then left the hall, leaving behind Nimitz, who was frowning with suspicion. Alice and Rowling, in their room. Upon entering the room, Alice had immediately thrown herself into her bed. She could no longer hold back her tears, which poured out. Her heart was filled with wrongs and injustices. What did I do wrong? Lord, why must you punish me so? Alice was howling with rage in her heart. I never asked for much, only that I could have a simple, peaceful life. I want my parents to have a peaceful life, for myself to have a peaceful life. Why must you punish me so? Alice's heart was filled with misery. True, the Debs clan perhaps was going to be finished. But what did that have to do with her? Why did they have to send her to deal with Merritt? Why did she have to be forced to the point where she had to shout out the words, I once was Linley's woman? How difficult had it been for her to force these words out? Alice truly hadn't wanted to say that. Big sister Alice, what happened? Rowling ran into the room. Seeing Alice sobbing to the point where there was a huge wet spot on the bed, Rowling grew frantic with worry. Rowling immediately went over and began to stroke Alice's back. Don't cry, don't cry. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Tell me. Alice immediately turned and threw herself into Rowling's arms, bawling even fiercely. It wasn't as bad without anyone there to comfort her, but now that someone had come, Alice felt all the more aggrieved and wronged. Rowling comforted Alice for more than half an hour before Alice finally became somewhat calmer. Big sister Alice, what exactly happened? Tell me. Rowling looked at Alice. Alice took a deep breath, then slowly explained the injustice that had been done to her. Little Rowling, you are also aware of the current situation with the Debs clan. Yesterday, second granduncle came and wanted to have a private chat with me. He wanted me to. The more she heard, the more fury Rowling felt. She was angry at Nimitz's behavior. She was angry for what Alice had suffered. And she felt rage towards that beast-like Merritt's behavior. At the same time, she felt sympathy for Alice. I don't want to get involved anymore. I just want to live out a peaceful life. Alice said, sobbing sporadically. Over these past few days, Rowling had been considering what the best way to help the Debs clan was. But upon hearing Alice's story, she suddenly understood a few things. Big sister Alice, don't be sad. No matter what, you definitely cannot let that Merritt destroy your chastity. Rowling comforted her. Alice nodded. But we still have to come up with a way to save Kaelin and the others. Rowling said. Big brother Kaelin is our fiancé, after all. Alice also wanted to save him, but she didn't know how. We still have an option. Rowling looked at Alice. But, I don't know if you would be willing to take it, Sister Alice. Rowling, looking at Rowling, Alice had already guessed what she was going to say. Rowling nodded. Right. Go ask Linley for help. Today, as soon as you mentioned his name, that Merritt no longer dared to touch you. Clearly, Linley is extremely influential. Based on what I know, not only does Linley have a relationship with the Radiant Church, he also has a relationship with the Dawson conglomerate. Even His Majesty, King Clady, treats Linley as he would a friend, rather than an ordinary subject. If Linley is willing to speak out, we would have a much greater chance of rescuing Big Brother Kalen. Currently, in the Kingdom of Fenley, without question, people were more willing to defer to Linley than to anyone else. Even the left premier and the right premier couldn't compare with him. Because, as one could easily tell, in the future Linley would be a high-level person within the Radiant Church. Even right now, he was viewed as an extremely important potential talent who needed to be cultivated and trained. For the sake of Linley, those two cardinals of the Radiant Church had even gone to Hog's funeral and paid their respects to him. From this, one could easily see how important they viewed Linley as being. Big Brother Linley. Alice's emotions were very mixed. In truth, in Alice's heart, she knew this was a possibility long ago, but she didn't want to confront it. She truly didn't wish to go beg Linley. She felt that she didn't have the face to see him again. She knew that she had wounded Linley too heavily. That moment when she had seen that sculpture, awakening from the dream, Alice understood how deeply Linley loved her. Or at least, how deeply he had once loved her. She was ashamed to meet him. Big Sister Alice, I understand your feelings. Rowling tightly gripped Alice by the hands. But, Big Sister Alice, Big Brother Kalen and his father are very likely to lose their lives. I beg you, please just suffer a bit on our behalf. At least Linley won't act the way that Merritt did. Alice's heart was filled with pain. No face? Is my self-respect more important, or are the lives of Big Brother Kalen and his father more important? Alice asked herself this question. She had no other choice. Big Sister Alice. Rowling stared beseechingly at Alice. Alice took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Looking at Rowling, she nodded. All right. I'll go see Big Brother Linley tomorrow.